7 o'clock in St. Louis, and you are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and on YouTube via the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. A gentleman by the name of Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt awaiting your phone calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. And Doug, we have a presentation for the ages today on our Stiefel dossier. I think Thanksgiving should certainly, as always, focus on your gratitude for my mere existence. But then I think secondarily today, Jackson Burkett for a Stiefel dossier for the ages. The buzz in St. Louis over the Stiefel dossier has led to a windstorm in town.
Yeah. Really? What do we got?
Yeah, it's the winds are picking up.
It's all connected.
The winds,
it is.
Yeah, the winds of change.
Because of what's coming up on this show?
Was that 1991? Scorpions, winds of change. The guy whistled? Remember that?
That's got to be the return music.
Is it earlier?
Bet your bottom dollar.
I'll take 90 to get me 89 and 91.
This show is so stupid. Now I'm looking up Scorpions.
Yeah. We gave away tickets to a Scorpions cover band for an Email of the Day prize one time, Martin, so...
And then we get the tickets at like a Mobile on the Run.
Well, they weren't really selling, and so somebody showed up at a Mobile on the Run and said there were stacks of tickets when you checked out at the Mobile on the Run, so the prize's value was questionable.
I like Martin's hat. He looks like a Keebler elf.
I just ran back to my car to get a proper hat, but it was so damn cold. I'm like, I'm going to need a minute to kind of warm up. Winds of Change released January 21st of 1991. Recorded, Doug, they recorded that in the Netherlands.
Oh, yeah, of course. Where else would you do it?
Yeah, that lead singer had unfortunate male pattern baldness, but don't we all? Jackson, tell the people what you have prepared for this Thanksgiving edition of The Morning After on November 26th, 2025.
Yes, this Stiefel dossier and its wonderful guest list is certainly all due to my legwork.
That's right.
Jeremy Rutherford will be in studio.
All right.
He's usually at 9. Today we're going to do him around 8:15, 8:20. He's going to still be in studio. He's got a doctor's appointment, but he loves this program so much. He said, I need to come in studio for this. Have to see you boys. So JR is going to be in studio with us. Then at 9 o'clock, you may know him as Big City Doug.
Sure.
Matt Adams.
Oh,
Matt Adams in studio.
In this studio here today. The same studio where we sit right now. And then at 10 o'clock, a Missouri legend, Gary Pinkel, former head coach. Of your
Unbelievable.
On the committee last year, was it?
That's right, CFP committee. Last year. And then, of course, the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling Email of the Day will wrap things up, and we will return on Monday after the Thanksgiving holiday and the long weekend. Email in to win Guns N' Roses tickets the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling Email of the Day. Sweet Mother of Mercy, if you haven't worked with Seth Goldcamp for the winter temperatures, I would suggest making sure that you have DesignAirService.com saved, because if you run into problems with the furnace over the next few days, Doug, you are doomed, or even worse. Once you go outside today, you will experience winds unlike you have ever experienced. I would say they're 400 miles an hour. That's my estimate when I was out there, 400 miles an hour. And it makes it feel like it's minus 300 degrees when you're outside, when the wind is blowing. The temperatures in St. Louis over the Thanksgiving holiday certainly going to be rough. So if you run into any problems with your furnace, go to DesignAirService.com. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. They're the longest running sponsor on TMA. They have this huge promotion coming up in the month of January in which Seth Goldcamp in Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling is giving away a $10,000 HVAC system and installation for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling Emailer of the Month in January. It's Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling online at DesignAirService.com. And Harry Hogg says, one hell of a dossier, Jackson.
Thank you. Again, all my legwork.
Good for you.
Yeah, that was me.
A lot of shoe leather, didn't you?
Yep. I wouldn't rest until...
This dossier for Thanksgiving. Traditionally, Doug, the Thanksgiving dossier is magical, and we've delivered that. In addition, Chairman Kurt, earlier this morning, put together a Black Friday sale, except we'll start it on Wednesday since the show is off on Friday, along with everybody at 101 ESPN. And if you go to TMASTLshop.com, all of the TMA merch including the blackout collection, of which I'm sporting. Doug, you're wearing black, but Martin, you sometimes wear that black hoodie.
I like that black.
I love wearing it, especially in the fall.
Fall time is here.
Fall or spring before a round of golf, throw that bad boy on.
Just before golf?
Well,
he takes it off afterwards, plays topless. He's a...
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, especially when I'm at Log.
Yeah, at Log Cabin, they like when guys
blue jeans out on the course.
That's correct.
I change into those.
TMASTLshop.com is where you can see all the different TMA merchandise, and it's 25% off. No promo code needed. Just go in there, get whatever the hell you want, and automatically 25% off, as that is for the festivities here for Black Friday. Go to TMASTLshop.com and get all of your TMA merch. I guess, what am I wearing? I'm wearing the hoodie, and you can get your stuff there at TMASTLshop.com. Hats, hoodies, and a variety of things at TMASTLshop.com. Doug, I mean, this is the most important question. I really don't know what the answer is.
What?
I also think my impression of what's going on in Columbia may be different than what yours is. And then, while we were on the air yesterday, Martin, you were probably in onboarding when it happened. Sonny Gray gets traded. Chaim Bloom talks it over. Doug, Sadie Hawkins, what is the lead?
I think people are still talking about the Cardinal trade. I think that'd probably be it.
Jackson has a smirk on his face. I don't know what that means.
When in doubt, the lead is usually the Cardinals.
Mine is important. I mentioned earlier that Martin, with his hat on, looked somewhat like a Keebler elf, because it was the way it was sitting on your head. And then Chairman Kurt just sent me a screenshot of, do you remember Dave Chappelle's character who has
was that Tron Carter?
Stuff around his mouth, and he says,
like a crackhead, does
y'all get any more of those gift cards?
So it's all full circle.
It's all come full
gift
circle.
cards again.
Pay no attention to my smirking. It has
So
nothing
you
to
were
do
not
with
smirking at Senior Doug. You were laughing at the gift.
Yeah,
I just making fun
so
of
you
me.
agree with Doug's assessment of the lead. You were smirking at the gift.
Yes.
Right.
I, of course, wanted to lead with Mizzou and SC State, but yeah.
Oh, you wanted to lead with the big win over South Carolina State. Doug, did you even consider that for a
I
second?
didn't even know they played.
Okay, we got Gary Pinkel waiting, and I want to talk some Mizzou.
We will.
South Carolina State with Gary Pinkel coming up at 10 o'clock. Jeremy Rutherford at 8:20. Matt Adams in studio at 9 o'clock on a Stiefel dossier for the ages here on the morning after. But Sonny Gray going to the Boston Red Sox. Martin found out live on the air yesterday at about 10:28, and I could not be happier. I saw the Orson Woods wacko texted in, and he said he hadn't seen me this happy on the air since I conceived my second child in a commercial break.
Oh, gosh.
Was that May of 2021? My wife and I are still trying to figure out which show that was. But either way, I couldn't be more delighted. Martin, what was your reaction?
I was surprised it happened so quickly, because I don't know if you remember last winter, nothing happened. Absolutely.
Michael Hellman again.
Absolutely. Well, Hellman came a little late in the game, I believe. But I was surprised they got it done so soon. Glad it happened. It is, at the same time, it's exciting, right? Because there's no more patching things. There's no more pretending, hey, we're this guy away, that guy away. And you're trying to get some pieces that may help you down the road. I was also a little sad, like from the old days of adding on. Are we in the mix? Even if they always came up short, going back to Kevin Brown, David Price. They would always.
Wow, you're going back to Kevin Brown.
I'm saying they were always kind of right there. They just couldn't quite sign him.
They gave it a shot.
While this is necessary, it's not that exciting. All right, let's get rid of some good players. But that aside, I think it's what you had to do. Now you just hope that Richard Fitz is a good pitcher, hopefully. And Brandon Clark. The man's name is Richard Fitz. It feels like a text inbox name. It just really feels like a text inbox. But anyway, good on Chaim for getting something done. Clearly there's a rapport with Boston. The kid last year, who's the slugger they got?
Blaze Jordan?
Yeah, from Boston. Even when they signed Ryan Fernandez, I believe 2 years ago, people said, oh, well, Chaim knew him from Boston, so there's clearly a connection there. But it's the beginning of the starting over. And so next year's not going to be real exciting, Doug. We're going to get something new. We're moving in a direction.
Yeah, there's no doubt that they got to turn over the roster. My only concern is just how bad are they going to be next year, and how many millions is that going to cost them when you can't put anybody at all in the stadium. They're already in that group that's now going to get revenue sharing. First time that's ever happened. I know you got to move on. I understand that, but if you're going to pay them $20 million. And, I mean, it's a pretty good deal for Boston, too. Boston got a top-of-the-rotation guy and sacrificed a fourth or fifth starter, if that, and a guy who might be 2 or 3 years away from playing in the minors. And the Cardinals gave him $20 million. It's a great trade for Boston. Hopefully it turns out that way for the Cardinals. We won't know until we see what Fitz and Clark do.
It seems like Brandon Clark might be the key to the deal. Being a couple years away, which is what a lot of the Cardinal prospects are right now, the way they talked about Brandon Clark, his size, his, quote, stuff, whereas Fitz maybe is somebody who just kind of helps you get through the next year or two. Is there more upside? Potentially. But it feels like Clark is the key. So you could look at it as, hey, you just wasted $20 million, or you got some players for down the road that you wouldn't otherwise have. I'm shocked at the overall money going to Sonny Gray. And there was a Buster-only tweet last night.
41 bills.
He said it's one of the highest per-season payouts ever for a pitcher. For Sonny Gray, who will get
just wet.
Yeah, it's often wet. He'll get you about 5-ish innings, Doug. About 5-ish, maybe 6.
He had a pretty good year. He won 14 with a bad team.
Matched his career high. No, I'd say he's rock solid. He's not worth $41 million.
No.
The perspective from our friends in Boston, Doug, we've had a lot of battles with them in the 21st century. Of course, the Patriots, the Red Sox, and the Bruins. And so taking a look at what the reaction is on Nesson.com. Martin, what does that stand for? New England Sports Network or Northeastern Sports Network?
I think it has to be New England, wouldn't it?
Oh, I think you're right.
No, it's one
New
of them.
England Sports Network.
There you go. Well, they're not happy in Boston. Now, I know they're usually not happy in Boston, but they are. The title of the article, Red Sox fans confused about Sonny Gray trade. And as they are confused as to why they would be allocating this much money, and also the whole goal of the offseason per their general manager, who is under fire in Boston, is to get a number 2 starter. And so they are confused as to why they would get Sonny Gray if he is the number 2 starter. They don't view him as a number 2 starter. Of course, here in St. Louis, he was the number 1 starter. But in Boston, they do not feel like he would be the number 2 starter, and they were hopeful for somebody along the lines of like a Freddie Peralta, or shooting for the Stars if they were to get a deal done with the Tigers for the Cy Young winner, Tarek Skubal. So with that all said, that isn't playing well. I do feel like in St. Louis, it is playing well. And I think if you hear from Chaim Bloom, and maybe people got a chance to listen to that yesterday on the Fast Lane, I think you come away from it feeling like, all right, you got a guy with a plan, and he's not going to sit around. And personally, I like that. Here is what Chaim Bloom had to say yesterday.
Really excited about both of those players. Fitz has big league experience and has what it takes to pitch in a big league rotation. Clark is still in the minor leagues, still on his way up, an up-and-comer with a lot of promise. Before taking your questions, I do want to just express some appreciation for Sonny and what he did in our uniform. Getting to know him these past couple years has been a pleasure. And obviously watching him pitch is, you all and all of our fans have, also a pleasure. But what he did on the field, who he is off the field, his dedication to his craft. There's not that many guys I've been around who are as much fun to talk pitching with as Sonny is. And what he did for the people around him, how much he cares about this game, and how seriously he took the commitment that he made to this organization, something that we all appreciate and wish him well in Boston.
Chaim Bloom on the move, and also appreciation. I love me some Doug, but what an awful take. You have to put butts in the seats. They didn't put butts in the seat last year with him. Great trade. Now deal Arenado and Contreras. That's from the 314. Do you want to fight this guy or not?
Their ticket revenue is down 30% in 2 years.
Wait, the Cardinals are coming to large for long.
Okay. Down 30%. I don't think you want to get comfortable losing. And they've been a losing team for now, how many years in a row now?
But they're trying to fix what's happened, I think.
Yeah, but again, let me say, I understand they have to do all this.
But you're concerned it'll be empty. They already had
whenever we make
empty
a
seats.
trade, we always just assume that this Class A guy is going to come up and be a big-time pitcher. We don't know that. Most guys in Class A never see the major leagues. This guy's got all the tools to be a really good pitcher, and I understand why they do it. I'm just saying, I think it's going to be pretty rough next year, and if there's a 2027 then too, when you deal your only true quality top of the rotation type pitcher and get a fourth or fifth guy or a spot starter in return. It's going to be a rough couple of years, and I don't know how many years.
Get your right shoulder merit back.
I don't know how many years you're going to want to go put a team on the field like this.
I would like to know, what do you do with the $20 million? So you are saving money, even though you're spending the 20, giving it away. You're going to have to probably sign some journeyman pitcher. What's that cost? $7-8 million. Okay, so now you saved 12 to 13. I still am curious, because we always want the DeWitts to spend money. Does that somehow go into development? Does that somehow pay other bills? Or is it put away because there are going to be so many freaking empty seats? I'm curious about the money, which they're probably never going to give you a clear answer on that.
I personally don't view it through the lens of what they got in return, and maybe that puts me on an island. I don't know. I view it through this perspective. They have to turn the page. They have to have a plan. And in addition, there may not be a baseball season in 2027. So reduce expenses when you know you're not going to be competitive. I am all for it. Next Arenado, next Contreras, turn the page, have a plan, take steps backward to take significant steps forward. Whenever it comes, at least there is a plan. And so this is what I've been wanting them to do, going back to what year were they absolutely dreadful, and the Nolan Arenado Los Angeles Times report came out, but it was deemed blasphemous because 23. I wanted them to move on in 2023. So finally, 30 months later, we're arriving at where I think they should have been in July of 2023 when that report was deemed false just because it didn't sound good. So good for the Cardinals, good for Chaim Bloom. I personally love it, and I also think a factor is the 2027 potential work stoppage that sits out there. So that's where I'm coming from. Here is how the deal came to pass, according to Chaim Bloom.
Hit the lever, Pale.
Yeah.
The action on Sonny picked up, and it looked like there might be some deal possibilities that made sense for us to do. We like the upside of the guys we have, and my hope is that as the winter goes on, we will be able to add more players that have a chance to pitch in rotation for a while. Certainly without Sonny, we lose that veteran anchor. I mean, he's one of the better pitchers in the game. He's done a lot of things. He's pitched a lot of places. He's been on all-star teams. He's done a lot of things, obviously, that a lot of the guys that we have, that's all still in front of them, and that's really valuable. So, certainly we will also explore veterans that could come in here and help stabilize us, not to put them in the way of any of our youth, but to make sure that we have the right insulation up and down that rotation. We want to create some competition. We want to make sure that we have options and that we allow our young guys to flourish while also making sure that that next wave that we hope is coming doesn't get pressed into service before it's their time. We want to make sure that they're ready for the highest level of baseball before we throw them into the fire. And so we will look to add to our rotation, whether it's more youth or whether it's a veteran as the winter goes on.
Basically.
Okay.
So basically saying we're not trying to hurry the ones that we do have coming. So I do think that Brandon Clark fits that model where he's a couple of years away. It's not real exciting, but I think it is probably necessary. Now, will Contreras waive his? It seemed like he's not wanting to go anywhere. Arenado is dying to leave. That's been true for quite some time. He made it harder by having a narrow list a year ago and then turning down the Houston deal. I'm fascinated to see what they can do with Arenado. Because I think they both know we got to move on.
They will be eating crap and lots of salary.
Yes.
Yeah.
And not getting much in return. I think they're fine with that. There's some team out there that will probably say, there's a future. He's got something left. Maybe he's been a little banged up out there.
I think so. Someone will take a shot with him.
This is what you do. You get Drinkwitz's agent to start floating. Hey, Braves are interested in Arenado. No. I'm hearing the Dodgers want to take a run at him. No. You just start floating it, Doug, and then you create a market for Nolan Arenado. Are you saying
that's what Drinkwitz's agent did?
I'm not saying his agent did. I'm just saying that model seems to work. So let's just start floating it out there. Boy, Arenado, boy. Maybe let's see who today. Let's see if we get Heyman to do this. No, call up Passan. Well, I'm hearing a lot of teams. There's about 5 teams unnamed that have called the Cardinals that are intrigued by Arenado. There you go, Doug. You just kind of create the market.
The trade is getting real positive reviews in our Air Comfort Service text inbox. So people are pretty excited by it. God, it's so refreshing to hear Heim's explanations and his rationale. That is from Grandma Johan. Do you pronounce it Johan or Johan? It's Joham. Okay. Guys, he sounds a lot like Tom Brady. That's from the 314. Right below that, from Rusty Pecker. I can't tell. Is Heim's voice sexy? I think it's sexy because my pant is shrinking.
Okay.
And then another one saying he sounds like Tom Brady from the mayor of Melville. Good news, Palante back to the pen. That's the takeaway.
I thought he was going to the sun, straight to the sun.
Doug, Sonny Gray's older than you are. At most, he has 2 to 3 years left playing this game. At least we got something right. I don't know. I see both sides here. That's from the Baldwin Bandit.
That's all I do. I'm trying to see both sides to it. Gray is a good pitcher, and I don't want to go through another season of the Cardinals fighting the Pirates for last place. I think we're going to, destined to do that. And I just caution that every time they get a prospect, people think, this guy's going to be great. And then, how many of them are great?
You were hot, weren't you?
Oh, I was
Doug's voice
You're darn right I was.
As a lifelong Cardinal fan, I'm excited about the future and will love seeing the young kids grow into stars for this team, these fans, this town, where Cardinals players are gods. That's from the St. Charles Illini. Sharon in Clayton wants us to know she saw the Rockettes last night and just sent in a picture and also said Bloom needs to call the marketing genius who got everyone stirred up about the damn Starbucks Bear Cup. Shameful how much I want that thing. Teams will be begging for the has-been hot corner minder. Doug, I don't know what's going on in that text outside of there's a picture of her at the Rockettes.
Okay. But apparently Starbucks has a bear cup that everybody wants.
The Cardinals are connected to this?
Jackson, are you aware of this? I feel like you would be the one who would know about this.
I think it's a fair assumption, but I do not know about all of this.
Right.
I don't know about I know Starbucks cups are a whole thing every year. Not something I necessarily get involved in, although I love coffee.
Saw the Rockettes at the old Cecil, whatever it was called back in the day.
How was it?
Pretty entertaining.
It's not just one chorus line dance.
No, I got to tell you, I went in thinking, I don't know, it's like a show tune thing, kind of thing. But it was great. Very entertaining.
Tim, are you jealous that Chaim Bloom has tried to match your perfection? St. Louis sports can only handle one person of your magnitude. Knock him down a peg. That's from Marsh's collage program.
Program. I prefer to call it a program in a restaurant.
Nobody cares, Sharon! It's from The Big Show. Sharon can't even reach around. Nope.
No.
That's enough.
Nope.
That's enough. How about the fact Sonny Gray got an extra $1 million for waiving the no trade?
How about that? Nice score.
God, it's good to be a pitcher.
What about a college football coach? What would you rather be?
You're owed $40 million. Well, we're going to send you to a team that might actually be in the postseason, might contend, might be on a winning team. What's it going to take? Fine. Give me an extra $1 million. Sure, no problem.
And so as I read this right, he's due $40 million for the next 2 years. $35 million for sure this coming season. Cardinals picked up $20 million of that. He's got a $5 million buyout for the year after. So if he has a poor season, or if Boston just doesn't want to pay him anymore, they give $5 million and he's done. So the Cardinals are picking up 20 of the $40 million that he's owed.
That's right.
41 if you include the extra milli thrown on top.
He got thrown an extra mill yesterday. Nice little taste. A lot of people expose themselves in the Cardinal comment section on Instagram for having zero ball knowledge. Why would we hold on to Sonny Gray when we're going to be terrible? What's the point? Get that prospect pool right. That's from Jeff on the Hill. Where do you think he is? Over on, what do you think, by Canetto's?
Yeah.
Zia's?
Yeah, probably right there off Sublet.
Well, Iggs was on last week.
So.
What's Iggy's spot? The coffee spot.
Cafe Dolce.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great spot.
Yeah, pal. He stepped outside just to call us, Tim, and made it clear that he had to step out. And we kind of pulled him away to promote his event. Kidding, of course, Iggy. Love you.
Sharon's got a little St. Charles in her. She tries to hide it, but her live, laugh, love is showing. That's from Arbor Day, who is the two-time Texter of the Year. Sharon has responded, how can you guys think you're purveyors of trivia and not know about the Bear Cup? Take a lap. That's from Sharon in Clayton, but she's in New York City this morning, fresh off a Rockettes show. You can text in as well. 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox, and talk it over with other TMA listeners. I hope people are going to enjoy a long weekend. Maybe you've already start of your long weekend. Your kids off from school, Martin, today?
Yeah, they had Monday, Tuesday.
Yeah, that's
and
what
now shut her down.
That's what you got going on today as well. So this is a great show for the kids to watch. So gather around with the family, have a scotch this morning, and open up the YouTube app, type TMASTLN, and you can see how cute we are. And some of our TMA attire, which is 25% off for the Black Friday sale now through Sunday, TMASTLshop.com. No promo code needed. Just check out, and it's 25% off. And the great Mike Flanagan will ship it your way. Hats, hoodies, T-shirts, and more. Another Black Friday sale that is absolutely choice, and I might be doing on Friday if I can't get Blues tickets, is 5-Iron Golf. How about what they have going on? It is a Black Friday weekend open tournament. If you are looking for something fun to do over Black Friday weekend, head to 5-Iron Golf in Clayton. If you have not been there, one of the group chats I'm in, guys were asking about it, and I said, it's legitimately incredible. And they go, oh, you do live reads for it. I said, you be the judge yourself. The place is incredible. It's a bar, it's a restaurant, and a bunch of TrackMan simulators as well. And this weekend, they are hosting an open tournament Friday through Sunday, November 28th to the 30th. It's a two-man scramble, 18 holes at Sand Valley. And you can play any time through the weekend. It only takes a couple hours. The best part, it's just $50 a person, and that includes your Sim Bay rental, draft beer, pizza, and also a shot at some great prizes in the tournament. They are paying out first place gross and second place net, with half the pool going back to the winners. How about that? El Bandito Tequila will be in the house on Black Friday with free tequila sampling from 12 p.m. to 7 p.m., plus specialty cocktails all weekend. The weather looks cold, rainy, maybe snow this weekend, and I cannot think of a better way to spend a couple hours. Tequila tastings, prizes, golf, beer, pizza, all for just $50. You horse plowing me on this?
No, I don't know. I don't think so.
Don't miss the Black Friday Open Scramble this weekend only at 5-Iron Golf in Clayton. Book online or call 5-Iron Golf in Clayton to reserve your tee time. Be sure to mention you're playing in the Black Friday Weekend Open Tournament online at 5irongolf.com. That's 5irongolf.com. 5-Iron Golf is located at 8015 Forsyth. Jackson, should we go out there and take this thing down?
I don't see why not.
Nice. I thought yesterday you were saying you were going to shut down golf for the winter.
Be on the shelf.
Yeah, but now here you are.
I can be coerced.
We'll sit there and we'll drink tequila and wash it down with pizza, and we'll take this tournament down.
That's how I like to spend my holiday weekend, baby.
Drinking tequila and taking down tournaments.
That's right.
And watching the Egg Bowl.
What about Thanksgiving? Will you be active tonight?
Yeah, what do you got going?
I'm not sure. Not sure what's going on.
Oh, that was
today.
cryptic. You going to be at Sasha's with a glass of water?
That was none of your business, Doug. Big time.
100% going out. 100%.
I'll be doing something.
Yeah,
I just don't. I'll be doing something. I just don't know exactly what. This is one of the most overrated drinking nights of the year.
No!
Unless you're like 22, and like this is like
I'm
your
49.
first. Are you planning on hitting the
I
town?
said to my wife last night, I said, how about we go to Lucas Park and then the Stag Bars, which is what we used to do.
Right.
16 years ago.
To which she replied, "Hell no."
She actually goes, I'd be up for that if they were open.
Right.
I go, look at you.
Yeah.
Look at you.
Right.
Look at you. What's going on here?
Yeah. I'll do something with some friends, but I don't know
I
if
see you
anything
going out at
crazy.
about 4, like afternoonish, and then shutting it down early.
I could see that. It could be possible. Not sure.
Oh, I think this guy's going to be out.
No, I can't. I don't want to do that anymore.
Really?
No. It's like there's like impossible to get in anywhere. There's 1,000 people at every bar you go
But
to.
what if there's some girl you had a crush on at Horton Watkins, and she's back in town? She lives in New York City now, doing really well. What is she in marketing? She's in marketing?
I think so, yeah.
Marketing.
Right. And she's back in town. And
She heard about your success.
Yeah, exactly right. She
Yeah.
heard about Movie Boy.
Yeah, she's like, ooh, you moved up from HD2?
That's right.
Yeah.
My mom
Here's
told
my number.
My mom told me that she ran into your mom.
Yep.
That's more or
kind
less
of
how
the
it would happen.
Thanksgiving conversation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's really great
See,
stuff.
this is what's going to happen. So we'll find out Jackson's plans by badgering him for the next 3.5 hours. In addition to that, on the Stiefel dossier, Jeremy Rutherford in studio at 8:20, taking your two-part questions. He is presented to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. At 9 o'clock, Matt Adams in studio, and looking forward to talking it over with the former Cardinal first baseman who coached in the Padres organization last year, AAA, and wants to continue coaching. So we'll talk it over with Big City. And then Gary Pinkel is going to be with us, and looking forward to getting his perspective on a wide variety of topics. Because, Doug, there are reports regarding Eli Drinkwitz and a contract extension in Columbia. But, as Lee Corso would say, not so fast, my friend. We'll explain coming up. This is the Morning After 101 ESPN. What does this song take you back to, Doug?
Well, it takes me back to about 10 seconds ago because I'm hearing it for the first time.
Oh, there's no way. There's no. You heard
Never heard
this. You didn't even know it.
No, I haven't heard it.
You were probably in a Camaro cranking this.
I could see that.
I wasn't. Never owned a Camaro. Would love to have.
Monte Carlo, maybe. Cranking it.
Pinto?
I didn't have a Pinto. Those things blew up on you.
Thought that was the Gremlin.
No, Pinto get hit from behind. It was going to blow up on you.
You sat in those station wagons where the seats were flipped down the back.
Oh, yeah. Where the kids would ride back there 6 inches from semi-tractor trailer.
That's correct.
Right behind
Talk
you.
about hit you in the back.
Yeah, if you stop too quickly, your kids are going to be
We were in a
pancaked.
car accident. Martin, I remember it was 1984 because after the accident, we came home and watched, was it Hot Hit Videos that was on KMOV? Was it Hot Hit Videos? I don't know. And David Lee Roth, who also has experienced unfortunate male pattern baldness, just like the guy from Scorpions, was dancing around and performing Jump. And I was sitting in one of those back seats in the station wagon, and we got hit at 40 in Big Bend. Some call it 64, but that's how we know they're not St. Louisans. And I did a somersault into the middle seat after we were hit.
Oh, God.
Were you rear-ended?
Yeah.
Did you see it coming? Holy smokes.
Scary as the day is long. Watch this, Doug. Scary.
Oh, I see what you did with
You're
your hands.
on the highway.
40 in Big Bend.
That's right by the McCausland slowdown. And I'm wondering now, all these years later, do people slow down as an homage to Tim's accident?
I've always kind of wondered that, too. And if there could be a little statue there of a little tiny person doing a somersault.
And then they'd be like, oh, man, the guy died. And he's like, no, he survived.
No,
he's
he's just fine.
doing great.
Just a little dramatic.
He's just a pervert on morning drive now. That's what happened to him. This is TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen, 101 ESPN, and also on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and this Jackson Burkett. I guess it's in honor of Skanksgiving, so he can go out and tell all the ladies he put together the Stiefel Dossier of the Year. Jeremy Rutherford in studio at 8:20. Matt Adams in studio at 9 o'clock. Gary Pinkel at 10 o'clock. And then the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day with tickets to Guns N' Roses coming your way at 10:45. That is what we have for you here on this presentation. Now, that James Carlton, who is a longtime sponsor of this program and the Tim McKernan Show podcast, he felt super confident that Eli Drinkwitz was going to be returning to the sidelines for the Tigers in 2026 after he heard him on Tiger Talk last week. And then James was like, oh, I'm not sure, because it was going back and it was going forth. And then yesterday afternoon, the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond, tweets out information that the Missouri Board of Curators has called a meeting at 3 p.m. today for what? An Eli Drinkwitz contract extension. They only get together if the extension is 5 years or longer. They have to approve those. That is the terms. However, for a few hours, Missouri fans who wanted Drinkwitz back, which I think is, what do you think percentage-wise, Jackson? I was going to say 90%. Maybe it's a little.
I was going to say 80.
All right.
Yeah, about 80%.
What do you think, Doug?
I'd go about that.
What do you think, Matt? What do you think, Matt? It was certainly 90 a month ago.
Yeah, I'd say about 80%. I think even people who are frustrated with the state of the program, which I would put myself in that camp, that they're kind of stuck in this, can't quite get over the hump. I think even that group would say, well, don't really want to start over.
Yeah. I just see progress. I know this year may have been frustrating, but there were some extenuating circumstances. And either way, they're in these games with these big-time teams. In the first few years he was here, they were not. They certainly weren't most of the Barry Odom era. So you're going back a decade. So I see progress. I'd like to see him stay. I'm not necessarily an Eli Drinkwitz lemming. Some of the crap he does isn't my scene, but I'm quite certain I'm not his scene. So either way, we can agree to disagree. But I'm happy if he is staying. However, this is where it gets interesting. Because, Martin, you're under the impression that he's about to sign an extension, correct?
My understanding is that the Board of Curators, that's what they're doing. They're putting it in front of him. Now, I guess...
This is where it gets interesting.
And I guess his side could say, well, hold off a second. But my understanding is that he's well aware of this, and this is moving forward. But what I would liken it to maybe is the Arenado-Houston trade. Like, hey, sounds good. Let's do this. And then, all right, here we go. We got and then the other side can still say, yeah, maybe not. But my understanding is both sides are doing this because they both want it done. but I think that Arenado analogy works where until both sides say done, it's not done.
Jackson, are you under the impression it's done? I'm just curious where people are.
Well, from what I've read, it's like the proposed extension, not finalized,
Right.
but proposed extension. Because like right when I read this, I was like, they're not going to like, this isn't like Eli Drinkwitz is gone. Why would the board of curators get together for that? So I assumed it was like, all right, they're getting an extension ready to go. But right, Eli Drinkwitz, it's always takes two to tango. If he's not into it, then But this is the necessary steps that have to be taken for the extension.
So there are dueling sources on this story. And the theory with the observers of this situation is there is one clear source that St. Louis people are getting their information from. And then there is the national source, which is more dialed in. The national source is a gentleman by the name of Ross Dellinger. Doug, you familiar with Ross?
I am not. I don't know Delly.
Ross Dellinger is a college football writer for Yahoo Sports and On3. And last night, about 9:30, he tweeted out the following, quote, retweeting Gabe's tweet about the Board of Curators meeting taking place today at 3 p.m. Dellinger writes, the Missouri Board of Curators meeting on Wednesday is to authorize the university to move forward with a proposed but not finalized new contract for Coach Eli Drinkwitz. There are several more steps in this process. No announcement is imminent. And so I think even when people saw that, they're like, okay, extension, he's staying. But hold on a second. However, there is a belief that the reason why no announcement is imminent is because of a possibility that Drinkwitz is waiting to see what Lane Kiffin does. And if Lane Kiffin does not take the LSU job, Drinkwitz, per reports, including from Gabe DeArmond on this past Friday, is, I still can't imagine it, but is the number 2 choice in Baton Rouge. And if Kiffin goes to Florida, stays in Oxford, goes somewhere else, but not Baton Rouge, Eli Drinkwitz wants to keep his options open and would go to LSU. So, just for the purpose of playing out this theory, can you imagine Missouri fans who are following this story and saw it developing yesterday afternoon with the announcement of the Board of Curators, thinking that Eli Drinkwitz has signed an extension, and that's why the Board of Curators is getting together, and then he doesn't actually sign it. Whatever happens on Friday with Ole Miss and Mississippi State, and whatever happens on Saturday with Missouri and Arkansas, Lane Kiffin announces he is staying at Ole Miss, or he is going to Gainesville, or maybe there's some mystery team. And now the LSU job is open, and Eli Drinkwitz gets the LSU job. Who do you think is angrier, Missouri fans or LSU fans?
LSU fans.
Yeah, probably.
I think if he leaves under those circumstances, some Mizzou fans are like, that's fine. I think a lot of Mizzou fans, if it comes down to that, they'd say, all right, you got to go.
You don't know who they're going to hire to replace.
But I also think at that point, you'd say, fine.
That's but how angry would Missouri fans be at him? Because Missouri fans are thinking that he is, I mean, the Board of Curators is getting together here in 7 hours.
It'd be a rope-a-dope.
Oh, my goodness.
And what I'm saying is they don't do these steps without his side weighing in. Because you can't draw up the perfect new deal without, hey, well, what are you looking for? They can't say, all right, we've redone your deal. Look at this. And they'd say, well, that's not what we wanted. That's not what we were interested in. So they wouldn't be taking these steps without his side leading in. So that would be, in the end, quote, dirty pool, right? If they, hey, yeah, give us this. Put that in there, too. Change that and add a clause for this. And then they do all of that, and you say, oh, yeah, I'm leaving. That would piss people off.
You better believe it. And then, now let's take it and look at it. Doug, do you call Baton Rouge or the Red Stick?
Just Baton Rouge.
But wouldn't it be funner to call it Red Stick
It would
to
be,
talk to Americans and not the French?
Is that name
Perhaps I'll do that moving forward.
Okay, let's be Red Stick. You're in LSU. For the last 5 days since that Ole Miss meeting, you have been under the impression that Lane Kiffin is coming to your school, and it's all going to be all right. Now we can laugh at Brian Kelly's son calling his dad his boy, and we can laugh at Brian Kelly filing litigation saying that LSU's ham and egg operations keeping him from job operations. It doesn't matter. We have visions of Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson dancing in our heads. Lane Kiffin's coming back, and he's going to announce it on Saturday. Everything's going to be all right. We don't care if we lose by 50 to Oklahoma. It doesn't matter. And then all of a sudden, the Lane train stands up and says, I'm going to Gainesville. And then the governor of Louisiana stands up and says, we have our new head coach. Who cares about Lane Kiffin? It's Missouri coach Eli Drinkwitz. How do you think that's playing in the old Red Stick?
Yeah, it won't play well at all. I think it's entirely possible that Drinkwitz isn't really on the short list of these blue blood programs, that his agent puts it out there and reporters take it. What is it if these other schools watch a Mizzou football game, what is it about Mizzou that would make Florida or LSU or Penn State say, boy, we got to have some of that right here?
Did you see the Central Arkansas game?
What have they won?
I like that, man. They just dug. They were at the 50 and they punted. I'm telling you, who's that guy? I need that guy
There's
here.
nothing unique about Missouri football. They're not a ranked
I know,
team.
but
They won nothing.
Isn't it amazing too? Your side of it is, why does the other school feel he's the guy? And then the other side of it to me is, if you're the school, the AD, the board of curators, the school president, when do you say, hey, you know what? We really want you to stay. That's why we re-upped you in July. If you really don't like it here, so be it.
Right.
But they never do that. They always coach scared, which is sort of ironic.
Yeah, because they're afraid the next guy coming in will lose it, and they won't sell out the building.
Well, yeah, because there is momentum. They get recruits. You got some buzz. People are excited about the program. It is disappointing to never win the big game, but overall things are pretty good. So then they're scared. I just hate that they have to kind of negotiate from this position of weakness.
I just think that Missouri fans yesterday afternoon and college football fans as a whole were going, oh, Drinkwitz is doing and Missouri is doing what Indiana did with Signetti, what Nebraska, who might be already regretting it, did with Matt Rule.
Or the Elko deal. Right?
The Mike Elko deal.
Where they're both on the same page.
Exactly. But it's very important to note that that is not the opinion of one of the most dialed-in college football reporters. And there is, in his opinion, a lot going on behind the scenes. Now, if Kiffin goes to LSU, I am of the opinion that he believes, Ross Dellinger this, that Drinkwitz then stays in Columbia. But if Lane Kiffin stays in Oxford, goes to Gainesville, or goes somewhere other than LSU, that Eli Drinkwitz is waiting to see, and then he would get the job at LSU. And I'm telling you, because you couldn't have a more perfect set of circumstances. Missouri fans, of which I am a member of the fan base, I recognize it is what it is. It is an exposed nerve of delusion and also sensitivity brought on by the fifth down and Tyus Edney and the flea kicker and Norfolk State and take your pick of whatever else it is. In addition to a belief that the worst is always coming and that they are constantly disrespected by the national media. And then you combine that fan base with the LSU fan base, which might be the most insane of them all, and you could have Lane Kiffin backdooring both in a way that impacts both programs over this 4-day weekend. It would be absolute entertainment of the utmost proportions if that were to happen. And then if you're an LSU fan and you think of yourself as one of the greatest football programs of the 21st century with national championships, in particular 2019, and you're about to get Lane Kiffin and he doesn't go there, and instead you get Eli Drinkwitz, Oh, my goodness. How do you do? All hell is going to break loose. If you thought it was bad when Tennessee was hiring Greg Schiano and when Texas A&M was hiring Mark Stoops, you ain't seen nothing until LSU gets scorned by Lane Kiffin and hires Eli Drinkwitz. Dig in. Just keep hitting refresh. You're going to have yourself a little pony on Saturday afternoon. If you think Skanksgiving's going to be big tonight, brother, just wait till Saturday afternoon when Lane Kiffin announces he's staying at Oxford and LSU's hiring Eli Drinkwitz. Patrick at Immaculata. Jackson, did he go to Ole Miss?
I think, maybe.
Patrick at Immaculata wants to bet me. I'm not going to bet because I have absolutely zero clue on this. He says, Timmy, $100 bet that Lane's staying at Ole Miss per Saturday's announcement. I'm not sure after that, but $100 bet that he's staying at Ole Miss. Well, that happens, Doug. I will not be wagering Patrick for the record, but I respect your passion and your belief that Lane is staying in Oxford.
I don't know what Lane's going to do. I'm pretty sure Drinkwitz stays at Mizzou.
You don't think he's going to, what do you call it, Red Stick?
I never could say Red Stick.
Hello. Amazing.
I just don't think that you could sell that to your fan base. Here's a team that had a soft schedule this year and is not even ranked, has won nothing in the SEC, and this is the guy that's going to come and take over this tradition-rich program and a fanatical fan base. I just don't see it.
I do think he could say
personal comments to yourself or to your homeboy.
Okay,
I do think family could be better delivered by Drink than Brian Kelly. So I think he's already a step ahead. And if you're Coach Drinkwitz right now, you can play this without having to lie. You could say to your agent, yeah, that would be great. That would be, and say, well, some of that math, we got to fix that. Let's change that. We'll get that done. We got a couple of days to kind of work on this. You're buying time. You don't have to sign something today or tomorrow or Friday. You just say, well, all right, sounds good. We've got the framework of a deal, Tim. That's all he has to say is we've got the frame. Yeah. And then you just kind of buy some time. And then you never lied. So on Saturday, Sunday, hey, we're going to get, it looks like we'll sign that Monday. I'm so excited. You never lied and said you were staying or going. And you told them what you wanted in the new contract, as ridiculous as that is. And then you have time to see how things play out. I think that's probably what we would all do if we were him, given that opportunity. And that's probably what's going to happen, even though they just extended him in July. It's kind of what all these schools do.
Martin Nico-Z902X is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and he says, Fox 2 literally wrote a story last night that the extension was done. LOL.
Is that your writing?
I think producer Dave posted something about it last night, and I said, well, it's dangerous to post because we don't know anything for sure other than that the board that should have, I didn't read it. I didn't write it. But I know what I said last night is that for sure the Board of Curators is meeting to approve or the framework of a new contract, for sure. No, and I think, again, I used the Arenado deal last year that fell through as an example, where it could be both sides have said, let's move this forward. But I think the Board of Curators absolutely is meeting to discuss the Drinkwitz contract extension. Does that mean he signs it? Does that mean we're having a press conference today? No. But I still think that's true. And the Board of Curators could have every intention of announcing it as soon as they walk out the door, as soon as the ink is dry. But that doesn't mean it's going to be announced. And I think we've played that out pretty well here. Why, if you're Eli Drinkwitz, you kind of want to just play a little bit of the waiting game. All you have to say is we're focused on Arkansas. In fact, he has no media availability until post-Arkansas, so he doesn't have to say anything.
The Board of Curators must certainly be convinced that he is one of the candidates for these jobs, or they wouldn't do this at all. Right?
Well, that's why you have an agent. So the agent calls and says, boy, I told him not to take their call. Boy, he seemed interested, though, in what they've got going on. I hate to tell you this, boy. And I know he wants to stay, man. He loves his kids love it here, but boy, that money at LSU they're throwing around, and I've only had some preliminary talks. It's a lot, man. They really are committed to their program. And then you get somebody going, all right, fine. How much?
A few more million.
Gabe gonna take off that shirt, you hear?
That's
the Colonel will not sleep until sometime in February if Eli Drinkwitz, after the Board of Curators approves an extension and then goes to LSU. And then he has to then proceed to deal with that and the hot board of new head coaches at Missouri. The Colonel will not sleep. And PowerMizzou.com. The subscription will be well worth it. And for the record, I have no equity in PowerMizzou.com. But
this is brutal.
Yeah, it will be.
I would actually like to see it just to watch Gabe implode.
Poor guy.
By the way, fox2now.com with my name on the byline.
Oh, no.
And Dave Joe, producer Dave, who does a great job. And he posts to the web a lot at night. It says Missouri Tigers head football coach Eli Drinkwitz will be staying in Columbia. The Tigers head coach the last 6 seasons will get a contract extension after Wednesday's University of Missouri curators meeting. I would say, that needed to be rephrased. Dave does a great
weird.
job.
That sounds too weird.
You have a ghostwriter now?
I'm not.
Jackson's having a big show, and it's flying under the radar.
No,
I think Thanksgiving. He always has a lot of drops on Thanksgiving.
I think the phrasing could just be a little tighter that says.
I like how your name's on the byline.
There it is.
You're like Al Fornicola.
Yeah. AI Martin.
AI Martin. So I think what we've spelled out is accurate, right? They're going to meet and vote, and they want him to stay. They're willing to give him whatever it takes, but nothing will get announced. And I think it's part of the waiting game, clearly.
They are not happy with me in Louisiana.
Oh, is that right?
This is Sid from Louisiana.
Nice.
Red Stick?
Yeah, Red Stick, maybe. Tim, what's your obsession with talking crap on LSU? You've been dogging them all year. And yeah, it's been a tough year, but Mizzou fans like you live in a reality that is fascinating to me. Any Mizzou fan would kill to have LSU's history in the 21st century. No one in Baton Rouge wants drink. Promote interim coach before we hire another BK-like pasty-ass white dude.
Oh.
We're sitting here again talking about the same thing.
Sid from Louisiana. I don't recall talking crap on LSU. I feel badly that Sid feels that way. But when I say I feel badly, the actual meaning of that is I really don't care. If anything, I would do anything to have LSU's history. So he is right on that. But I don't have anything against LSU. I think their fans are banty roosters. It's the one place in the SEC that other fans are warned about going to games to because it's a bat crap fan base. And personally, I find that entertaining. And I think the entertainment would be absolutely exponentially entertaining if you get Eli Drinkwitz announced if Lane Kiffin scorns them, and Saturday could be a pony of all ponies for guys like me who won't be out at Wheelhouse getting bottle service like Jackson.
That would be so funny if LSU fans were like, oh, great, another pasty white.
Well, if the Mizzou Board of Curators is able and willing to pay Drinkwitz the kind of money that he wants and apparently he's going to get, if he does leave, you would think that with that kind of money, they could attract another pretty big-name coach somewhere. There's a lot of guys, a lot of really good coaches who don't make anything near what Drinkwitz makes.
And if you wanted to ask a serious question, it sounds kind of smart-ass or like a troll question, but if, let's say, the new deal bumps him up $1 million or $2 million a year, right? That's probably what is reasonable in this current climate. Could you also argue, hey, Coach, wouldn't that money be better served in the NIL pot? If the whole focus here is we need more money to get better players, maybe you're getting 9, that's pretty good. What if the Board of Curators just approves a big fund increase instead of a salary increase?
I could see that. I could see that being the case. Like,
well,
and that
being
more attractive to drink.
Well,
sure.
But I think that it'll be both. They'll probably bump up
Yeah,
some
I'm sure
NIL, they'll bump him up. But I think you could argue, hey, we're paying you a ton. You've said what you really need to win here is more money, so we've approved that. We're not going to give you a raise or your staff a raise, but we're going to put it into that end. How's that sound? And the agent would say, no, not good enough. But I think that would be a reasonable argument if you've been campaigning publicly for more funding for NIL. How about if we put the money into that pot?
That might be the case. That might be what exactly this kind of is being drawn up as.
But my premise is then he wouldn't get a raise. They would say, you're well paid. The money's going to go into NIL. Do you think there's any percentage that's happening? And the answer is no.
Isn't Bob Blitz on the board? If they propose the new contract and then Drink winds up leaving, does that count as yet another Slade Dragon?
Yeah.
That's from Al in Dadeville.
Yep. Hang the head up on the mantle.
He had the famous
Bob
quote.
Blitz last week.
He did. You're right,
name.
Martin. In that press conference, he is the attorney who, after St. Louis got the settlement from the NFL, said we slayed the NFL Dragon, and that lives in infamy, in particular with this audience, as it should.
Tim, what about this? We still have all that Rams money. Let's just use it to lock up Drink. All right?
I don't know.
Maybe the city could have a town hall, Doug, and then a survey, followed by another meeting, followed by a survey of what to do with that money. And instead of fixing schools and roads, let's put it towards the old ball. You like that idea?
I don't like it at all. No.
You don't
like that?
No.
You're welcome to give your thoughts. 314-399-9646. That is how you can text into the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And also talk it over with other TMA listeners. 241 friends, including the old Nipper school monitors in there, talking with Columbia Joe and Bourbon Bob and Hunter KK5BD.
Oh,
what's up with these names?
It's weird. I don't know what's going on.
I can't imagine people are.
I don't know. It might be a Google thing. I'm not sure.
Either way, you can talk it over or just watch the show. Hell, it doesn't matter. And today, if you like the TMA merch, 25% off Black Friday sale, TMASTLshop.com. No promo code needed. Just go to TMASTLshop.com. Get a hoodie like the one that I am wearing right here. Brown & Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of TMA online at brownandcrouppen.com. We had Brody and Ed Herman in studio yesterday. Brown & Crouppen is local. That's why they can come in studio, because they're here and they are able to come right into the studio and talk it over with TMA listeners. Brown & Crouppen's online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling 314-222-2222. Don't you want a local law firm if you're in need of a personal injury attorney, one that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment? After an accident, money can be tight, and that's why they offer so much for free. First call, it's free. First consultation, it's free. Stuck at home or the hospital, they come to you for free. At Brown & Crouppen, you pay nothing up front. They don't get paid unless you get paid. And when you are a Brown & Crouppen client, all your questions are answered for free. Get the facts from Brown & Crouppen. If you think you may need Brown & Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com and make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. Remember, the choice of lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. It's 8 o'clock in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. Coming up on the Stiefel dossier that Jackson Burkett has prepared for the ages for the traditional Skanksgiving program here on the morning after. Jeremy Rutherford at 8:20 taking your two-part questions presented by Mark Hanna. Matt Adams coming by the studio at 9 o'clock. Gary Pinkel with us at 10 o'clock in the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Giving away 2 tickets to the Guns N' Roses concert coming up on August 16th, which you can learn more about on 101ESPN.com or the 101 mobile app. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. The program's called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Thanksgiving tomorrow. That means it's the final day to save big money on that frozen turkey. Schnucks rolling back prices. They've been doing this for weeks now. We've been talking about your chance to save money on the turkey. If you haven't grabbed it yet, last chance today. And that includes the reduced price, just 57 cents per pound. That's back to the 2010 pricing at your neighborhood Schnucks. To get this deal, all you have to do is spend $25, not including the price of the turkey. Limit 1 per customer. Pricing varies by store. And, of course, they'll have savings on the other items you love to serve at Thanksgiving, so you can serve the whole family, however big the group is coming over, and save money. Prices going back to 2010. Make sure you've got that rewards app. That's when they alert you to other additional savings, especially things you often buy. They keep track of that for you. Weekly ads will tell you about other savings in the store. Long time ago, they rolled back prices on 2,300 items, and this week, the final day to get that Schnucks turkey at a reduced price. This Thanksgiving, head to Schnucks for all your feast essentials.
is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues back in action tonight as they take on the New Jersey Devils right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 5, puck drop at 6 on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Where were you in, was it 80? I'll say 89 because I don't think it was 87. 80, but 80, 88 seems live to me. Beaches and Barbara Hershey and Bette Midler.
You like Bette Midler? Don't whistle at Bette Midler.
Is Bette part of Elizabeth? Is that how you get to Bette? Bette Midler. Do you know any other
Betty?
But Betty's from Elizabeth, right?
I would agree.
It just says Bet. All I have is for is Bet. Born in Hawaii.
Born in Hawaii.
Yeah.
Jackson, why are we playing this?
Wind is the theme.
Oh.
I think it's a good theme.
Yeah,
I'm
songs
looking out
about
there
the
right
wind.
now. I don't see the trees moving.
Oh, they're
around.
moving.
Don't?
They're moving.
Right in front of us.
Where? Oh, this one here. I couldn't see that because of the pole.
Keep your opinions to yourself
But
or to
these
your
other ones out
homeboys.
there, I don't see across the street.
Doug's like, it's fine. Somebody's roof just blew by Olive. He's like, I don't see a thing.
See
Get
a
to work.
little wind.
I mean,
don't see
the
these
flags
half-ass.
right in front of the fire department on Olive are, I mean,
see that.
it looks like a hurricane with the
Kidding.
winds out of the west. Dead serious. I mean, holy crap. Jackson, that 7-iron would fly 20 yards today. If you're into the hawk.
Into the teeth?
Into the teeth of the hawk.
Yeah, it would be like an onside kick.
I am telling you.
Did you see that onside kick, by the way, a week or two ago where they punted it in the NFL? I think it was the Raiders. They punted it.
Did you see the onside kick with the Raiders? Was that with Shador and the Browns, or was this a week before?
Maybe it was the Raiders, maybe it wasn't.
So what happened?
Somebody. They punted it. It didn't work, but it seemed like a really good idea because it's going to pop up. You know, who knows where it could go. I want to see more teams try it. Certainly not the Missouri Tigers with the 113th best special teams in the country. How do you do?
Well, lock them up. Lock them all up.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. The program's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Jeremy Rutherford in studio coming up at 8:20 on the Stiefel dossier. Jackson's prepared a smorgasbord for us. Matt Adams in studio at 9 o'clock. And Gary Pinkel at 10 o'clock along with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Martin, I cut you off. I'm as rude as it gets.
It was very unimportant, but Movie Boy, I was going to ask you, I get Bette Midler and Barbara Streisand sometimes mixed up. Do their careers mirror each other a little bit?
No, Midler was more of a theater actress, whereas Streisand more of a screen star, to my knowledge.
But Bette Midler's had some run on the big screen.
Sure, but I think Streisand,
More of a superstar.
she was.
Streisand was a big star as a singer before she ever got to the movies.
Yeah, and she was married to Elliot Gould.
Yeah.
And James Brolin.
Both of them, huh?
Currently.
About the same time, like an MMF?
Oh,
Currently
gosh.
married to
They live in
Brolin,
Utah?
formerly with Elliot Gould.
Okay.
California split. Check
So
it out.
you don't get the two conflated at all?
No, I don't. Bette Midler was in Seinfeld, so I always associate her more with her episode of Seinfeld more than I do anything else, where Kramer had a huge crush on her.
I think of her as singing and acting. Streisand, Babs.
Yeah.
Singing and acting.
I think she was the last guest on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson.
Bette Midler.
I think so.
We'll talk more about that when Matt Adams gets in studio. But
He's just
Starfish
turned
Street-
around.
But Starfish Street just sent in a picture to let us know that there's only a slight breeze here from 30A for all the haters. And it's a picture of Doug the Gulf. As I gather, Starfish Street is vacationing on 30A and wants us to know, just like Sharon from Clayton sent us a picture of the Rockettes last night as she enjoyed that performance in New York City.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'd like to be on 30A. I don't mind it.
Where'd you rather be right now, New York City or 30A?
30A. Anywhere but New York City. That'd be about the last place I want to be.
Because of the
It's
weather?
too much. It's too much for me. It's too intense.
The weather?
I like free parking.
Jimmy Rutherford is parking right now because he's going to be in studio and taking your two-part questions brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. That's coming up at 8:20. Blues and Devils pregame here on 101 ESPN, 5 p.m. today. Puck drop at 6 p.m. Then the Blues come home. Friday matinee. I am begging for tickets, Guy. I'd like 4 for the 3 p.m. start. I will let my children stay for all 3 periods. Blues and Senators, then Blues and Mammoth, and you can pay for your holiday shopping by betting Clayton Keller to score a goal on Saturday night. Just a matter of how much you want to bet. Right. That's up to you, but we know that is going to happen.
Okay, I'll get on that.
Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 314-889-0503. He is the sponsor of JR on Wednesdays, as well as our 9 o'clock hour here on TMA. His phone number is 314-889-0503, or you can go online at evergreen-ws.com. That's Mark Hanna with Evergreen Wealth Strategies. He is a wonderful person, and I would tell you this. Make sure you have a financial advisor. Mark could say, and has said, if you don't use me, that's fine, but just make sure you have somebody. And if you are a young TMA listener in your late teens or 20s and you're sitting there going, I don't have any money right now. I understand, but just get in the habit of setting aside something, and then you can enjoy the magic of compound interest. Budgeting and compound interest. Oh, what I wouldn't do to go back 25 years and have that plan in place. Mark Hanna can help you. Doesn't matter the age, though. 314-889-0503 or go online at evergreen-ws.com. Jackson, were you able to pull that audio of Ken Rosenthal?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. I should have texted you way before the program. What do we have here?
So this is Ken Rosenthal on the possibility of Wilson Contreras being the next one.
He does not think it's happening.
Yeah, but this was him on foul territory yesterday.
Now that Sonny Gray's gone, Arenado and Wilson Contreras. Is it more likely, less likely because of how much the money was taken, or is this agenda number 1 and 2 to possibly get rid of Wilson Contreras and Arenado?
Arenado for sure. He's going to go, in my expectation. Wilson Contreras is a little bit different. He has said he wants to stay. Now, will he want to stay once they start trading not only those guys, but Brendan Donovan and potentially Lars Nootbaar, Nolan Gorman? That's a different question. And maybe at that point, Wilson Contreras says, you know what, I can go too. It's kind of the same logic, different circumstance, but we've written this, Dan Hayes of The Athletic has, that if the Twins keep taking it apart, if they trade Joe Ryan, trade Pablo Lopez, then Byron Buxton would say, what am I doing here? I can get traded too. I'll be waiving my no-trade clause if you find the right fit. I expect that if the Cardinals completely tear it up, as it appears they will do to a certain extent, then maybe Contreras reconsiders.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think he's determined to stay, but if you strip it down enough, maybe he says, all right, I'm out of here. What does he got, 2 years left on his deal in that $17, $18 million range? So it's not a tragedy money-wise if he stays.
It does seem pretty obvious that they're going to tear it up, too.
Yeah, I mean, when Donovan gets traded, I think that's when fans who weren't paying close attention will say, oh, wow. It's not just the veteran high-price guys. They're also moving out pieces.
What probability would you operate on Donovan being traded?
75.
Ooh, I'm going to go higher than that. That's interesting. Okay. Thought you'd be higher than that. Yeah, I mean, it'll be Donovan, I think. It'll be Arenado as well, and the Cardinals will be eating so much of that. My theory on Contreras, and for the record, on his contract, he's due 18 this year. He is due 18 and a half next year, and the team has a $17.5 million option for 2028. But if they do not want to pick that up, he gets a $5 million buyout. So the point being, Wilson Contreras is owed $41 million from the Cardinals. That's just the way it is for a team that is not going to be competing, most likely, in 2026, and who knows what baseball looks like in 2027. So that is why I am an advocate of moving on from Wilson Contreras. But Wilson Contreras at this point in his life, and he will be 34 next season, might not want to spend time as a part-time player and wants to play, and he knows he can play in St. Louis. So that's my theory. Could be off on that. I know Cardinal fans love his fire. He is the Yadier Molina replacement when it comes to fire. And I think overall, like him, but I would like to see them move on from the high-priced players.
I would think there'd be a market for him. He's a pretty good hitter. He had 20 homers, 80 RBIs this year in a lineup without a whole lot in front of him. So he does have some value if he'd be willing to move. If I'm him, I would certainly be willing to move. Once you trade Gray, your ace, and don't get anything back immediately, that's going to help 2026. I think that sends a strong message that they're going all in.
If they trade Donovan, Arenado, and Contreras, I will not attend a single game next year. That is from the 573. But then Yasiel the Boy Puig says, it's ROI season, bitches. Doug better adjust his CPAP so he doesn't get too cranky. That's from Yasiel the Boy Puig. Martin, what percentage would you say that Contreras gets traded? You got 75% on Donovan. We all are operating the premise that Arenado's getting traded. It's going to be an awful deal, but whatever, he's going to be gone. What do you think on Contreras?
I'll say 35%. There's a chance.
Yeah.
And it'll, as more players get traded, if they keep hammering them, hey, you sure you want to be here? Are you sure you want to be here? I think he just, talking to him a lot, I think he just likes it here. He did have the quote, it was not to me, but he had a quote to somebody at one point, hey, I've won already, which surprises you because these guys usually want to win a bunch, but he did win a World Series in Chicago. He just likes the group, the team. I see him wanting to stay. But maybe they can talk him into it. Hey, if they give him a landing spot that's really attractive and say, hey, this team's going to win. Oh, wow. They want me? Mm-hmm. Maybe that changes it for him. But I think
he knows he's going to be able to play.
Yeah, it depends on the landing spot.
You know, as a first baseman, he isn't a guy that you're going to be all excited about if you're a contending team.
No, as a catcher, his numbers are great.
Exactly.
As a first baseman, not so good.
Right. And so that's where you get into the awkward spot if you're talking about him going to a team that is in the mix for actually trying. Your thoughts are welcome. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text into the Air Comfort Service. Text inbox, and that's where Jeremy Rutherford is going to be taking two-part questions here in a matter of moments. Looking forward to talking it over with JR. Martin, we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up after JR, after Matt Adams, after Gary Pinkel appear on our Stiefel dossier. Tell us about Design Air Heating and Cooling.
It's always great when the listeners have a story about working with Design Air, and we love hearing those and passing them along, but I can tell you firsthand, the HVAC unit went out upstairs, and we had the folks come out from Design Air, and just waking up a day like today, having that thing up and running. I like the interface. Doug, I like to call it interface with the whole thermostat situation.
You're a techie.
I'm learning. I got to tell you, it's pretty advanced. And the great thing about Design Air, not only the equipment, the team that delivers it, the employees are happy to be there, but also that service, walking you through it, explaining it from the moment they're giving you the bid, they're explaining what they would do here and how this would be different and why it would be more comfortable. And then when it's all done, they also walk you through understanding this new technology and stuff. I'm not great at that, but they are. There really is a difference when you work with a company that's family-owned and takes pride in their work, and they continue to be a family-owned, St. Louis-based operation. That's designairservice.com. That's the website if you need a bid on your HVAC unit or just a repair or a tune-up. These are the folks to deal with. We have experienced it firsthand now, just a couple of weeks back, and more than happy with the service, the quality, and just the people at Design Air Service.
Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of our email today. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. The prize today, 2 tickets to Guns N' Roses on August 16th at Busch Stadium. Send yours in. Compete against the greats. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. We have our Black Friday sale on TMASTLshop.com on TMA merch. Check it out, TMASTLshop.com. No promo code needed. 25% off now through Sunday at TMASTLshop.com. And maybe, just maybe, you can look as cute as I do.
Oh, brother.
What's wrong with that?
Brother. A little self-serving.
You think? Jeremy Rutherford is going to be in studio coming up on the other side of our commercial break. Send your two-part questions in for JR, 314-399-9646, or you can ask him in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat on the TMA STL channel where 248 friends have gathered. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
AutoLoanPro.com, the website you can head to if you're looking to get a new vehicle and you're not sure what car you can get, what you can get approved for. They'll help you throughout the entire process. Sometimes it's little, no money down. Also, best rates possible. One website does all of that. It's AutoLoanPro.com. They're part of the Lita family. And how do they get you such a good deal? It's because they work with over 50 lenders around town. They know that anyone can sell you a car, but it takes a pro to do it right. Making that large purchase with the financing gets a little complicated, especially if there's a hiccup or two. Auto Loan Pro will get you back on track, get you into that vehicle. So check out the cars available online, AutoLoanPro.com. While you're there, download the free playbook. It's going to educate you on you're going to get educated is what it says. And then also, it'll help you get the car of your choice in the future. Pretty simple. Even if I can't say it, it's simple. Go to the website, AutoLoanPro.com. Pick out your car. Doesn't matter the situation. Doesn't matter your circumstance. They'll get you into that new vehicle. Best rate possible at AutoLoanPro.com.
Welcome back to the Morning After, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And Doug, if you look over your shoulder at the cuck chair, there's Jeremy Rutherford.
I saw the cuck chair not sponsored. My goodness.
Yeah, exactly.
Jeez.
Who wants to get on that? JR, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, Tim had to race out of the studio here, so I opened the door just like everybody should because of his being king in this state.
And there's Chairman Kurt clapping from the floor.
How's everybody doing?
Boy, Martin, that was a good strike by Doug.
I'm going straight to the audiologist.
JR, we were wonderful. How are things in the tri-state area? Did you go to Jackson's parents' place in the Hamptons while you're up there?
I did not get the invite. I was hoping that we could slide by there and see the place, but Jackson never brought it up. I never brought it up. So,
doing maintenance on the stables this week, so it's pretty tough.
Yeah, and I don't want to make you feel bad, Jackson, by not inviting me over there, but I stayed at a hotel a couple blocks from Times Square and Madison Square Garden, and I have a few bug bites on my legs.
So. Oh, no. Really?
No.
I doubt you guys have the bugs at your place.
Bed bugs in the hotel?
I think so. I don't know what to tell you. I just, So they thought I was a Twinkie, which a lot of people do, and
JR, you made the trip. Was this something that you always were planning to do, or are you kind of monitoring the state of things and thought it might be good to be there?
Yeah, good question. A couple things. One is we get a budget throughout the year, and I still had a good chunk of change left to spend on the road, so might as well get up to Toronto, New York, Philly. And then also, as you guys know, when you're looking at the schedule, 10 days is a long time to be away from the team. So if they're gone for 2 days coming back, you can wait till they get back. But felt like it was good to be with them since they were going to be gone for so long.
And they probably miss you, too.
Big time. Yeah, a lot of hugs.
You were kind enough to send Jackson and myself a photo of you out on a date with Joey Vitale.
Yeah, and right after that picture, it didn't turn out so well for the Twinkie here. We went to an Italian place. Kerber threw it together. Riv was there, Joey Vitale. And my dinner date was Joey, so we're sitting across from each other. Nice little plush place there in Manhattan. And I sent you guys a picture, and I said, check out my dinner date. And I'm on some medicine, and one of the side effects is the bloody nose. And so imagine having
the old white horse, did you?
Plate of pasta
the old bloody nose. I get it.
The old bloody. Joey didn't know what was going on. He looked at me, freaked out. I'm like grabbing a napkin, exactly. And so I come back, and I sit down, and my dish is no longer there. And Joey looks at me, and he said, hey, you've been gone a while. We told them to redo it. They could bring back a fresh one, a hot one. So you're in good shape, buddy. You're in good shape. You can hear Joey say that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, they didn't take my plate away and go cook another one. Joey and the crew pull my plate out they put on a chair the 20 minutes that I was gone. They were just hiding it from me and throw it out and put it in front of me. So a little cold pasta. There at the bless you, Martin. Hey, Martin, I got a beef with you, and you didn't even do anything wrong.
Oh boy,
yeah.
This whole byline thing.
Yeah, it's still.
What did I write? Me and Al Formicola.
Yeah, what's up with the false stories?
Oh boy. Fake news. I enjoyed finding out about it on the text line, though. You wrote it, so I went to the website. I said, I haven't even read it, let alone write it.
Yeah, that was the best part. You said, I've been there before. Hey, I've been there before, but hey, I didn't even write this. And then Jackson says, well, your byline.
Well, now, on a serious note, I bet you've gotten jammed up with teams or players before based on a headline.
For sure.
Where if your column, your story might be, hey, the Blues lose the Canadians 4-2, but the headline could say, Blues choke it away or something, and then they call you, hey, jerk.
Well, and now I've told so many people that we don't write the headlines, which we don't, that even when I do write a headline and they don't like it, I just say, hey, I didn't write it. And they say, oh, yeah, you've told us that.
At The Athletic, do you have more license, especially like a tweet or something, do you have more of a license for the headline?
A little bit. You can kind of tell the editor, hey, this is what direction I'm going with, and this is what I think for a headline. Sometimes we propose them, we put them on a story, and then by the time it gets to the editor and it goes through the process and they change it up. But no, my beef with you, you didn't do anything wrong, is I was texting somebody before I came in, and you were doing a live spot, and I had the voice texting going on. So as I'm telling this person, hey, let's do this story and work together, all of a sudden my text said, and you'll love it at Schnucks.
You got a little live read.
There we go. That's part of the grooming process here.
I like that.
I got on the web last night because it said, leave it to Beaver Star Dies, and I clicked on
Tony
it.
Dow? Jenks, Coke, Rails.
Tony Dow, he was...
Wally.
No, and I'm reading this.
And a friend of the show, by the way, Martin.
He was an Iggy guy. We interviewed him once. Oh, that's another story. But I click on this story and I'm like, wow, who was it? And I keep reading, I'm like, who is this guy? And they said he was one of Beaver Cleaver's classmates. And I said, You've never... Look it up.
Larry Mondello?
No.
Frank Bank?
No.
Frank Bank.
No, that was Lumpy.
Lumpy Rutherford.
He was Wally's age.
I wasn't. Well, I'm telling you, unless you're really into Leave It to Beaver, you won't know who this guy was. But the headline, JR's people got me.
That's an evil cackle.
And Tim, did you just... You're 40-something. You just jinx Jackson on that because you said, "Oh my goodness,
49, JR." I mean, I'm approaching 50. I'll be on the Champions
Third
Tour.
grader, jinx.
Yeah. But then I weaved in a cocaine live read, too, so that's always good. JR, Chairman Kurt is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat and also on the floor, and he asks the first question today, if you are the first person from Jefferson County to go to New York. This is like Christopher Columbus discovering America, Doug. Jeremy Rutherford becomes the first person from Jefferson County to discover New York.
You could have just asked me. Send it in on your computer there. Yeah, I think I was the first. I did not see anybody else, and certainly, by appearance, I didn't see anybody that appeared to look like somebody from
Have there
Jefferson
been some
County,
professional athletes out of Jeffco?
Mike Wells.
Oh, yeah.
Little defensive lineman, right, for Chicago Bears. And,
Maybe the Lions, too, maybe?
Yep, Lions, yeah.
There's probably some others we're missing.
Yeah. Well, didn't we...
Oh, how about Bill Bradley, Crystal City?
Mr. Bill Bradley.
Jeffco, isn't it?
Yeah, Crystal City. Did we not already break down that Kurt was the best athlete to come out of Sackman?
Not just athlete. Yeah, he was the
greatest person.
Most notable alum.
JR, you'll be surprised hearing your Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies two-part question segment. Harrison's brother Master has a question, and he's not happy with Jordan Cairo. Greetings, JR. Jordan Cairo has 2 goals in 9 games since his healthy scratch. No goals in his last 5. Plays 15 minutes in wins and 17 minutes in losses. Your thoughts, please. Also, please don't say nobody is playing well. Okay, thanks. I'm going back on strike. He says he's been on strike from the Air Comfort Service text inbox, although he is texting still, nonetheless.
All right, so just a quick question. What if I did like a 1-minute tirade on Jordan Cairo and just said that, he's the worst player in the NHL? Are we getting the same text next week?
Yes, he is. He is insatiable. Who is it? Craig Rutledge here, Judge?
Yeah. No, not playing well. I mean, 6 goals, 13 points in 23 games now. It's not enough. Whether it's Cairo, whether it's Thomas, whether it's any of these guys. You think the healthy scratch is a situation that a player's going to come back and pick it up. I think there have been a game or 2 where he's looked pretty good since he's come back, but I think by and large he has not been good. So, I'm not going to use, like Harrison said, that, hey, nobody's playing well. It does have a impact in it, I think, but you have to be able to rise above that and be a guy who's going to produce, and Cairo hasn't done that. So how does that work there?
Yeah,
I'll see if he, he says he's on strike until Jordan Cairo is traded.
He'll come back from strike. I think he's come back before.
Hey, we're getting a bunch of texts about Jordan Binnington.
Yep.
What are your thoughts on that possibility of him being on the move? A lot of people texting that in.
Yeah, I think Nick Kiprios put that in his rumor stuff. So I think this about Jordan Binnington. I think the Blues are going to be in sell mode, and I think they're going to be doing that sooner than you normally do it when you get closer to the trade deadline. So the thing is going to be, what teams out there want to make a move this early, November, December? There might be some. And now how it relates to Jordan Binnington. He's got another year left on his deal after this year. Would the Blues be willing to turn it over to Joel Hofer, or, as Kiprio suggested, you make a trade with Edmonton, send Binnington to Edmonton, Stuart Skinner comes to St. Louis to be a tandem. I mean, you could do that if you're looking at a situation for the Blues, like you're just going to get by for a couple years. You're going to capitalize on your assets, like a Binnington, like a Justin Falk, like a Braden Shen, and I think that's what the Blues might be entertaining here at some point. So as it relates to Binnington, Shen, or Falk, it's just going to come down to when are teams going to be willing to move, and what is Doug Armstrong going to be looking for those guys.
This is listed as a question, but I'm not sure I see the question. Nonetheless, I'll read it from the Tim Man. Question for JR: if the Blues betrayed Jordan Binnington, they can suck it.
No.
Well, Bennington Place, isn't that a road off of the...
I think it is. Jackson, isn't that somewhere in...
Kind of Maryland Heights-ish?
Yeah.
Over there?
Yeah. I think Iggy used to live off there.
Yes, he did.
Right? There you go.
I
Page
think
extension.
Iggy's lived off of every road. Yeah, so, if they betray him, what about if he wants to go at some point? Like, this is a guy who's a proud guy who wants to win, and if the Blues are going to be a couple years away from that, he could go to a team like Edmonton and maybe help them push them over. So, regardless, what do you guys think? I think the statue's going to be there at some point, Jordan Bennington.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
I would agree with that.
So.
I would agree with that. I mean, that run in 2019, much less. I think the personality also is. I find it to be. I love it. I think it's incredibly just intriguing and textbook goalie weirdness.
Yep.
But yes, I think that's there. I'm just in general. This is a step back, and then I'll get back into the two-parters. The fact that we're sitting here on November 26th. And the season started, what was it, October 6th, 7th, 8th, something like that against the Wild. And we're, 45 days from that or whatever the hell it is. And we're talking about the Blues selling sooner rather than later. Just puts me in a state of how in the hell did this happen?
Yeah, and I think, though, and I agree with you, same here, but I think if you step back and you look at how they played leading up to the Four Nations last year, and then you kind of deduce that, hey, their backs are against the wall, they knew what they had to do, they were healthy, they hit the reset button, and they snuck into the playoffs, you can look at it and say, okay, well, maybe that was masking the situation all along, and that this is the team that we saw pre-Four Nations. So yeah. I think that this is a team that probably needs to be overhauled, and even though we got caught up in that situation with that run, I think that inevitably it was coming to this.
And if you'd been told that this far into the season, Justin Falk would be tied for the team lead in goals and points, you'd think either he's having the greatest season he's ever had, or everybody else is falling
it's
apart.
Unbelievable. And especially, hey, Tim, remember when I did the bold predictions, and I think I said that, you get to a point in the year where you say you can't trade Justin Falk, this guy's playing great, and both you and I obviously were snickering at that. Like, that's not going to happen, right?
And look at what we got.
Yeah, and, not that he cares about getting an article in The Athletic, but I actually had it all worked up the other day. 2 goals for Justin Falk, Blues win. He's had a good season, and then they give the lead away. So I think he's played pretty well, and the fact that he's tied for the team lead in goals just speaks volumes to what this season's been so far.
Let's do another segment of two-part questions with JR. We'll take a break if that does not work. That does not work.
We got a hard out at 8:40.
No, we can go for a little while.
Oh, I didn't know that. You have a hard out, JR? Oh, yeah, you do.
I just because I have a testosterone level of about 130, which is the equivalent of what, like a small cat or something?
Oh, is that right? You're a small cat. Naughty.
Yeah, so I just need to get the shot by 9:20.
Okay,
so
all right.
Or you got a beast. That's right.
Get out of here by 9.
Then let me do a few more now while we have you. Then, JR, love the coverage. First question: what's the hockey version of Flag Day, where we have a large enough sample size for the season? And second, have you noticed an uptick in yappy skate-chasing shrews selling Advocare products in the lobbies of the Blues hotels? That's from Arbor Day.
Do we have an interpreter for that question?
Well, I feel like Sharon from Clayton might have taken a hit there from her nemesis Arbor Day.
Is Sharon in New York?
She is. She's in. You guys get the chance to... Was she at the dinner there with...
I did not see her. The only time I saw her was she was outside the Players Hotel stalking them out there.
No.
She went to the Rockettes last night. We got a picture here in the text line on that.
And the Flag Day, that's the Mike Claiborne thing, right?
That's it. Yeah, that was Claib's thing.
So Thanksgiving for hockey.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Thanksgiving for hockey?
Yeah, Thanksgiving. So we are there. And actually, Jim Montgomery was asked that question a couple days ago. Hey, it's Thanksgiving. What do you think? And he said, well, that's by and large what it comes down to. But obviously, we've seen teams get in it after that.
Former member of TMA, the Nonling, texting. He's got some good ones here. This brings the heat. If they make a shake-up in the mixed trade, the intent is to get back on track. It happens soon, so who might it be? I'll start with that one.
Well, I'm of the belief that the Blues are not going to make a trade to try to make this team better right now and get in the playoffs. Is that the premise there?
I guess so.
Yeah.
So you just don't see that happening?
I don't see that happening. I think, could they make a change where it's a 1 for 1, 2 for 2, and they're moving out a guy who no longer fits here and they're bringing in somebody who they think can, I suppose. But I think what they're going to be in the market for is if you're trading to Braden Shen, you're trying to get good young players who fit the age range of this group moving forward, and not necessarily to make the playoffs this year.
Then he says if they're tearing down, wouldn't they wait until the deadline?
I guess what I'm saying is what we're going through right now is abnormal. Like, teams aren't typically in a situation where they have core guys that they've thought about trading for the past couple of years. You know, they had that run last year. If they didn't have that run, you know, probably could have been done sooner, right? But you had some belief, so you brought in, you know, a couple reinforcements at center, and now you think this is going to be a year that you can compete again, but it's not. And so now here we are realizing that in November, months out from the trade deadline, and now you just have to see what's out there. So I agree with the non-Ling saying there. It's just this is a different type of situation than I think you see many teams in.
I mean, Edmonton got stomped last night, 8-3. Your final, Doug. 4 of those goals in the first period. I don't know. I mean,
well, see, and that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, what if Edmonton comes calling today and says, look, we've got to have the goalie. We've got to get Binnington, and we will give you X, Y, and Z, because they don't want to wait until February, until their teams, you know, their season's down. So if they're offering you more today than teams will offer you in February for Jordan Binnington, then you make the deal.
Do you see any possible scenario where the Blues, with this group, turn it around and suddenly become a contender?
Well, the one thing I can say, Doug, is you asked that last year before Four Nations, and I said there's not a chance. And look what happened. So I feel like Doug won, Jeremy nothing on that one. So I don't want to tell you.
I'm not saying it can happen. I just wonder if the pieces are in place there.
I don't think so. I think there's just too many issues with the team at this point to think, you know, if it was one thing, two things, but, you know, there's a number of issues, and I don't see how they can overcome that.
You remember questions I asked you?
For sure, yeah.
8 months ago?
Yeah, because I was
you specifically remember your answer is what you remember, because you feel a little like, oh, no, I wrote them off, and then we're all hesitant. Better not write them off. But I think this team has kind of shown you who they are collectively.
Yeah. No, I remember it like it was yesterday, Doug, because I think it was on the phone, and you were saying, oh, okay, well, what about this team? You think they can make the play? And I'm like, oh, God, how do I answer this? No, there's no chance.
Get hot?
Well, that 2019 season puts that in everybody's mind that even if you're last in January, you still got a shot.
Yeah, and so once that happens, then people think that's legit. But that team was so much different. That team was so much different than even last year's team. Like, last year was a miracle to get in the playoffs, but even that 2018-19, you know, I don't know that you'll ever see that happen again.
JR, if they didn't lose Colton Ellis, would they be more likely to trade Binnington? That's from 618.
That's a great point. That's a great point, because you know, I know the comment that Doug made when Buffalo picked him up on waivers was, you know, is he NHL ready? We didn't quite think so, and his first game that's going to be his NHL debut, and you know, he's been good with Buffalo. So I think that, you know, if you had a situation where you could trade Binnington and bring Ellis to be your guy with Hofer, I think, you know, that wouldn't be a bad situation. But they don't have that anymore.
Boy, the Fowler deal sucks for both sides now. Thought they would have learned from previous contracts with aging D-men. That's from Loudon Swain, Snifter Vaughn division.
Oh, I don't know that you can blame Falk. He's one of the few guys that's had a good year.
Fowler.
Oh, Fowler.
Oh,
yeah.
Fowler.
Yeah. You know, I think that with Fowler is they wanted to have a steady veteran who they knew could help them compete for a couple years, even if it cost them the extra year. So now he's here 4 years because he still had a year left on that current deal. Because all their defensive prospects are 18, 19 years old, and they're going to take a few years to get here. So, you know, I don't think it's as bad as what the texter said, but I think in a couple years, you know, it could perhaps look like that.
You got to get what you can for Falk, Shen, and Binnington. People need to stop living in 2019. It's from the 314.
Yeah, and I think they will, and I think that's where we're at. So I don't think anybody's going to disagree with that. It's just a matter of time and what you're getting. And, hey, look, you don't want Army to go make the first 3 moves he can find, right? So you've got a little bit of time if your season's going nowhere. But if the offer's there and you like them, you might as well take them now.
JR, one-parter for you. I know you got a shot to get to. When Shen is gone, who is the next captain? Is it for sure Bob Thomas, or do you see like a neighbor sneaking in? This is not important, but who do you think will be the next captain?
Yeah, it's a tough question. It really is.
That's why it's a one-parter.
Yeah, it is, because, you know, Robert Thomas is a guy who I think a couple years ago they felt was going to be that guy. He was a guy who was in the conversation when Shen got it, even though, you know, a lot of people thought it was going to be Shen. But I think people in and around the organization see Jake Neighbors as a captain.
Yeah.
And the tough part is, and this is just, you know, you talk to people around the organization, you know, could you do that to Robert Thomas? could you give the C to Jake Neighbors with Thomas still on the roster? I don't think they're moving Thomas anytime soon. So I just think that would come down to a sticky situation. Do they believe in Rob Thomas to put the Jackson, what do you call it, heavy sweater?
Yeah, that's right, heavy sweater.
Heavy sweater. Or do you give it to Jake Neighbors? But I think Neighbors is going to be a captain at some point, whether it's the next guy or after that.
Just how important is that, you think, to have the right captain?
Well, they probably can't. They're not as fast and don't have the same burst of speed because their sweater is so heavy, right?
See?
So it's harder
think
to
about
play.
that, Doug.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it makes it harder to play.
JR, I know you got a shot to get to. Thank you for coming in and taking two-parters, especially when you have your doctor's appointment here today. Happy Thanksgiving to you and yours, and I look forward to the column, the Thanksgiving column, as the first person from Jefferson County ever to make it to Manhattan.
I don't. Bill Bradley played for the New York Knicks.
It's going to be fun. That is going to be a fun column.
We're talking about the new era, Doug. The new wave of Jeffco.
Yeah.
Well, and now I got to get to my computer and write a story. My boss just texted me and said that, hey, Channel 2, the Fox 2, has the Drinkowitz thing. We need to
You're covering college football now. You and Stuart Mandel. JR, thank you so much.
Happy Thanksgiving, guys.
Happy Thanksgiving to you. He is brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Mark's number 314-889-0503. You're going online at evergreen-ws.com. You can go back and podcast what is an award-winning presentation today with Little Jackie Papers, Stiefel Dossier for Thanksgiving. JR in studio just now. Matt Adams coming up in studio here in about 15 minutes, and Gary Pinkel with us at 10 o'clock, along with the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. Online at schaeferdoor.com, SCHAEFER door.com. Call or text 636-782-3608. That is a number they set up specifically for the Morning Afters listeners. Schaefer Door and Jason Gosfrow, longtime sponsors here on the show. Grateful for their support. If you run into any issues with your garage door, especially when it's super cold this weekend, that's when garage door springs can break. Go to schaeferdoor.com. They will be out there quickly to fix it, and they have Monday morning standby service for the doors that break over the weekend to make sure it's taken care of right away on Monday. They service commercial doors as well, so if you're on a business or with big tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. They're online at schaeferdoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer. Matt Adams in the 9 o'clock hour. Gary Pinkel at 10 o'clock. Coming up on the other side of the break, our SEC Pick'em for the Thanksgiving weekend. That's next here on TMA. Boy, this Jackson Wind theme is fun, isn't it?
Yeah, good times. Good times. I just hope we don't go overboard with it. Get too rowdy.
As I'm thinking about Chalamet, probably.
Oh, you're thinking about Chalamet?
Well, anytime I hear Bob Dylan now, I think about Chalamet.
How about Cat Stevens, The Wind?
Maybe you're going to hear it soon. The program's called The Morning After. Jeremy Rutherford in studio with us in the previous segment. Matt Adams has just arrived here at Hubbard Radio. He's going to be with us coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. You can watch the show and talk it over with us in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat where friends have gathered to talk it over and watch the program. Michelob Ultra, great for their support over the years here on The Morning After. Enjoy Michelob Ultra this long weekend with friends and family. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. So Matt Adams coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. Gary Pinkel at 10 o'clock. So the big topics today, the Sonny Gray trade, what is next for the Cardinals. Looking forward to talking some baseball with Matt Adams. And then, of course, Eli Drinkwitz, the Board of Curators getting together in Columbia today to approve a contract extension for Drinkwitz. But as now Pat Forty is also reporting, keep an eye on this. Pat Forty just tweeting a little bit ago, this is a request for approval to open dialogue on a new contract for Eli Drinkwitz. The beginning of the process, not the end. Oh, boy. And you would have to think that Pat Forty's getting information from his agent. And
the Drinkwitz camp.
Yes. And I'm sitting there and I'm looking at him going, what's the angle? Is it keeping his name out there for the LSU job or another one? I mean, it's just strange. And then you sit there and go, why is Missouri having this meeting if they don't have the terms agreed to? I mean, both Dellinger and now Pat Forty have. This is setting up for what could wind up being a two-part 30 for 30 with this coaching carousel. And it all starts with Lane Kiffin. And since she's already this polarizing figure, the dominoes from what takes place could be an all-timer. So we'll monitor it. Drinkwitz has to coach in Fayetteville on Saturday.
He has to.
What happens?
I like that. He has to.
I don't know if I'll watch it. Missouri's wearing black jerseys and gold pants, though. They do a color game when they play Arkansas.
I wish Michigan and Ohio State did the same. I wish everyone, no matter what, the rivalry week is color. Unless it's like contracting or conflicting colors.
USC does that with UCLA, too.
Right. I think it looks good.
It looks great.
Yeah.
Used to be a problem when people watch black and white TV.
Sure.
Not a problem anymore.
Right.
All right, Jackson, we're doing our SEC picks this week. Let's dig in. Oh, wow.
All right, let's kick it off. Rivalry week. I have all SEC games except for one. I'm sure you can imagine which is the one. Ole Miss at Mississippi State. Ole Miss is 7-point favorite in Starkville.
Mississippi State.
Tim is on the Bulldogs.
Mississippi State, Doug. Hail State.
Well, I'll play devil's advocate. I'll go Ole Miss.
Okay.
Spread was 7?
Yeah.
I mean, Missouri killed Mississippi State.
I'll go Ole Miss.
I will also go Ole Miss because
have fun losing, clowns.
Mississippi State gave up 300 to Ahmad. What do you think they're going to give up to old Kawan Lacey? I know it's square, but that's where I'm at. Texas A&M at Texas. The Aggies are a 2.5-point favorite in Austin.
I will take Texas.
Okay. Longhorns for Tim. What about for you, Martin?
I kind of like the Longhorns to get them. I think the Aggies are ripe.
All right. Doug?
Aggies are pretty good. Pretty good. I'm going to stick with the Aggies.
I'm also on A&M.
How many points are me and Martin getting here?
2.5.
Doug, do you like that 2.5?
No, you had time to say half.
Next game, a team is getting 10.5 at home. It's #the game. Ohio State at Michigan. Ohio State a 10.5-point favorite in Ann Arbor.
I will take Michigan. Nothing but pluses next to my team.
I'll take Michigan, too.
I'll go Buckeyes.
I am also on the Buckeyes. All right, our next game, Vanderbilt at Tennessee. Tennessee, a 3-point favorite at Neyland Stadium.
I'll go first again. I'm comfortable.
Sure.
I'm taking Diego.
All right.
St. Peter.
I'll go Tennessee on that one.
Doug likes Tenor at home. I'll say I also like Vanderbilt. I'm on Vandy. Give me plus points in Diego Pavia all day.
I'll go Tennessee.
Tenor for Martin. All right, 2 more games. The big game, Missouri at Arkansas.
This is the one you wanted, Doug. This is the one you got.
Missouri is a 2.5-point favorite on the road in Fayetteville.
I will take Missouri. I really like the over, for the record.
Yeah, I don't think Missouri will have too big a trouble with the pigs. I'll take Mizzou.
I mean, Ahmad Hardy might run for 700 yards.
Yeah, and I think Arkansas would be fine with that.
They're okay with it.
Yeah.
Mizzou.
Yeah, I'm also on Missouri. I can't, in good conscience, take anyone else.
So we're all on Missouri?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on those Razorbacks.
Oh, that's a problem.
And finally, the Iron Bowl, Alabama, a 5.5-point favorite. That number has dropped. 5.5-point favorite on the road at Auburn.
I will go War Damn Eagle.
Yeah, this one's tough. This one's tough.
War Damn Eagle.
This is like a game that the tone is set in the first
Durkin,
quarter.
your new head coach at Auburn, he goes from interim to full-time head coach, and they will regret it by September 15th next year.
I think Alabama has a lot to play for. They get beat here.
Yeah,
they could fall
trouble.
out of the playoffs.
Alabama could fall out even with winning.
Yeah.
But I don't think
No, I apologize. Notre Dame could fall out if Alabama wins, as crazy as that sounds, because Alabama would go to the SEC championship game. I apologize.
I'm taking Alabama.
Bama.
I am also on Auburn because one day they're going to get somebody, and why not in the Iron Bowl? All right, there we are. Picks are in.
Made.
Mm-hmm.
Do your wagering. Bet safely.
I only took one favorite, and it's the Fighting Tigers. And honestly, I understand you're doing that because you're a Missouri fan. I don't care about this game in any capacity. I'm not even sure I'll watch it. But Arkansas, I really do, though, from a wagering standpoint. Missouri's going to score some points on these guys. Yeah. I know that might seem crazy because they,
that's not what they do.
It's not what they do. But I just think Arkansas is going to score some points as well. So, I mean, I think it's 57.5 papers, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
If you have that in front of you.
Yeah.
I really like that. That might be a spread zone play. It's just me and Stalter today. Riz is vacationing in the Hamptons, so that might be featured. But anytime I make a Missouri play, I think, when I take Missouri or against Missouri, is who was it yesterday? Paul from the Wealthy part of West County pointed out. But I think when I got Missouri over, I think I hit on that. So I got to be careful on it. So anyway, there it is. The SEC picks have been made. Matt Adams is going to join us coming up on the program. Looking forward to talking it over with Big City. He is going to be in studio. And then we have Gary Pinkel joining us coming up at 10 o'clock. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day at 10:45. 2 tickets to Guns N' Roses, the prize. Maybe you've never emailed in before. Today is the day. Win Guns N' Roses tickets the morning after at InsideSTL.com. 100 West Dental, a longtime TMA sponsor. You got to see the dentist. You might not want to. Dr. Brandon Pryor knows that. That's why he makes the experience as enjoyable as possible right there on Manchester in Baldwin. 100 West Dental. .com. That's 100westdental.com. You don't need a phone call to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability, and you book right then and there with Dr. Pryor and his team. It does not even look like a dentist's office. Brand new technology. And if you don't have dental insurance, it's not a problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. And they have an offer going on right now that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign. If you're not sure you want to go through with Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that'll show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with the procedure. It's 100westdental.com, 100westdental.com. Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team. Support the sponsors. Dr. Brandon Pryor, loyal TMA listener. Matt Adams in studio coming up in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour here on The Morning After. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michael's Flooring, family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael was here at the Hubbard Studios last week. We all had lunch, and it was good to talk it over with him. And, man, this guy really is all about St. Louis and his family business. This is what he is truly passionate about. He really takes pride in helping and making sure that his customers and his employees are happy and that they make a great living and that the customers get the best product. Go online at igotfloored.com and you can get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills, courtesy of Michael's Flooring. Michael's passion is flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. Just come in to Michael's Flooring or talk to him and you're going to see a difference. They want to make sure they suggest the absolute best thing for you and not pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. There's a reason that Michael's Flooring has continued to grow through the 30-plus years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of. And this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interest of the buyers at heart. They have it all. Carpet's awesome and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis and Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
This is Jackson with the SportsCenter update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Thanksgiving football right here on 101 ESPN. All 3 games will be carried here live, starting with Lions and Packers. Pregame at 11, kickoff at noon. That was another SportsCenter update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back to the Morning After, 101 ESPN and the TMA-STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Little Jackie Papers on the 1s and 2s. And we have already been joined by Jeremy Rutherford in studio in the 8 o'clock hour, and former Missouri head coach Gary Pinkel with us coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. Looking forward to talking it over with him. But, Doug, if you look on your right, you're going to notice that it's Matt Adams sitting right next to you here in studio.
Over there. Hello, Matt.
How you doing?
I'm fine. You?
I'm doing great. Happy to be here.
You look like you could still play.
Some of these days I still feel like I could play, and some other days I wake up and I'm like, oof, it's a good day that I don't have to pick up a bat.
Do you still hop in the cage? Like, is that just out of habit or no?
Yeah, no, I still, like, I want to, with me, you know, being a coach now and, you know, having my hand in a little bit with the hitting side, I want to still be relatable to those guys in the cage and whatnot. So yeah, I still get in there, pick up the bat, hit off the tee, and it's not as rigorous as it was whenever I was playing. I just like to get in there, see if I still got it.
You've maintained St. Louis as your home for a long time now, right?
Yeah, no, this is home, and just really fell in love with the city whenever I was playing, and met my wife here, and settled down here, and it's been absolutely amazing.
It's kind of the Paris of Eastern Missouri.
Oh, I like that. I've never heard that before.
That is a good one.
Nice, Doug.
Eastern
That's
Missouri.
how I look at it.
So is Kansas City like Munich? How do you workshop this, Doug?
The City of Lights.
Matt Adams in studio with us here on TMA. Great to have Big City talking it over on the program. You were with the Padres organization, bench coach, AAA this past season. How'd you like that experience?
Yeah, I loved it. To be able to jump into that role, first year coaching right from playing. We had a great group of kids, great staff there, so it was fun. Got to be around Schulte and his staff throughout the whole big league spring training, so that was cool to see from a coaching standpoint, how spring training was run and all the ins and outs that go in behind the scenes that not everybody gets to understand and see. So that the organization was great, and in that role I coached first base, third base, managed a few games, worked with the hitters as the assistant hitting coach. So I had my feet in a little bit of everything, which I loved. Kept me, like, my daily schedule was packed, but I loved it. I love this game and want to keep giving back.
What did you think of the way things played out for Mike Schulte at the end of the season? He announces he retired. Then there's a bunch of stories that they were able to and intentionally did keep in-house in St. Louis, and then that got out in San Diego.
Yeah, that I never saw that side of him. But I've Schulte was my first pro ball manager with the Cardinals after I got drafted, so I have a pretty long-standing relationship with him. He's always treated me great, and great guy to me and my family. So I think it shocked everybody that he back-to-back 90-win seasons over there with San Diego, and did the same thing here in St. Louis, and just kind of sad to see him go out that way, but can't take away the type of baseball man that he is.
Have you talked to him at all? Have you been in touch at all?
Yeah, he was somebody that I leaned on heavily last year, trying to get into the coaching side, and somebody that I had long conversations with the beginning of this offseason as well, to just kind of see how to go about it this year after getting a year under my belt and whatnot. So I've leaned on him for a lot, and he's given me a lot of great recommendations.
I see there are 5 rookie managers who've been hired this offseason, all kind of surprising. And the Giants took Tony Vitello out of college. What do you make of that trend? What's going on with that?
I listen. I think Tony's a Mizzou guy. Went to college there. I think he's a great baseball mind. I think I got to believe that there's going to be some learning curves jumping straight from college into trying to handle a major league clubhouse at that level. But his interview, like, everything went well. I think Buster loves him over there. Yeah. I think that's to have a backing of coming from Buster Posey. I think that speaks volumes of the type of guy that he is and the vision that the Giants organization see in him. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how he the first couple months shake out and see how he does, but I think he's going to do a good job.
You had Mike Matheny here. You had Dave Martinez in Washington, probably right. You have Snitker in Atlanta.
Yep.
I used to play a game. Matt Adams, is he on the Cardinals, the Braves, and the Nationals? Because you would leave one and then you go back to the other one. I'm like, wait, he's on the Nationals? I thought he was on the Braves. No, he's back on the Braves. But I'm wondering, as a player, the level of respect. Now, Mike Schild had a lot of respect here when he got the job too. Didn't play. Matheny played, Martinez played, Snitker had been around a long time. How does that manager, we talk about Vitello, he didn't manage and he has no big league, quote, experience. How do players look at the manager? Like, do they care about the resume? Is it all about the in-game decisions? Like, how do they garner that respect?
Well, I think it's everything. I think everything goes into it. I think, definitely if you played, I think that carries weight in itself. But I think, from the manager seat, I think guys are looking, can he lead the group well?
Yeah.
Does he command the room? Like when he walks in the room, does everybody kind of like turn their heads to the manager and listen to what they got to say? And that comes in with respect and whatnot. But I feel like if you're able to lead a group of grown men to get them to go towards that single goal of going out there and trying to win a game every single night, I think you're gonna hold some respect in that clubhouse. And I think guys that are good communicators, they know how to command that room and command that group. And I think guys like Tony are another group of guys that are able to do that. So I think he's gonna. Like I said, I think he's going to do a great job.
Former Cardinal Matt Adams, kind enough to join us in studio here on the Morning After, 101 ESPN. And you can watch the conversation on YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL. A lot of postseason experience and a world championship. Is there a constant that you could tell fans who, of course, won't get the experience that you got to play Major League Baseball, that teams that win have, that you can identify now that you've also been a coach, but part of a world championship team and some great clubs as well here in St. Louis?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, I think it's the culture in that clubhouse. I think if you get, you have your select leaders of the group that kind of lead by example, aren't super rah-rah type guys. Some leaders are that way, but all the leaders that I've been around, they've been kind of quiet leaders where they let their routines, they let their, daily work habits kind of speak for themselves. So for me, it's that culture in the clubhouse, that brotherhood, that family dynamic where, we're around those guys more than our own families. So like when you love doing what you're doing and show up day after day, fighting and grinding towards that goal to win a championship, I think that's where you create that culture and that winning atmosphere inside that clubhouse. And then you put the jersey on, you go out there and you're battling with your brothers. It's winning. If you care about winning and getting to go deep into October, I think that everybody pulls in that same direction, and that bond is super strong.
For your career, was the walk-off to beat the Dodgers in the playoffs, was that the highlight? Does that even trump winning the World Series with Washington? Please say yes.
That homer is for sure probably the biggest home run of my career, hands down. That put me on the map. That was only my second year in the majors, and to be able to do that in the postseason at home against arguably one of the best left-handed pitchers to ever pitch in this game was massive. But there's so many few opportunities to be able to win a world championship that I gotta believe that winning the World Series is number one.
Doug's mad as a hornet.
I know, he sunk down into the seat as soon as I said that.
Oh, God.
Well, you came along at a really good time, too, where the team was good and the postseason, October was almost expected.
Yeah.
What was it like to step into that environment?
You knew as soon as you showed up to spring training, guys would be talking we'd have group texts going how excited everybody was to get down there to spring training. Everybody showed up early, a couple weeks early to, get outside, get back together and get back after it. And I think I'm biased whenever I say this, but like my time with St. Louis, it was like the best fans in baseball. So like we knew, coming into the season that we knew that, whether it was a Monday day game or a Friday night game against the Cubs at home, that, Busch was going to be rocking. So like our adrenaline was already, like we didn't have to get ourselves geared up to go play. Our adrenaline was already through the roof. And we knew that we were good. We knew we had a good club. We knew that, if we had some hiccups along the way, that we were going to iron them out quicker than the rest, and we were expected to go. That was the vibe. That was the the combos that we were having inside the clubhouse every single day. That we are going to the postseason again, and we did it for 3 or 4 straight years. My first couple of years with St. Louis, so that was pretty unique and pretty cool to be a part of.
And you had a younger bunch like you and Alan Craig and John Jay, Descalso, all guys who are coaching right now, but you still had Wainwright, you still had Chris Carpenter around, still had Molina. I'm assuming those guys kind of like set the tone or ran, like the young guys come in. It takes a while before you even have a voice in that room.
Yeah, and Jay, Descalso, Freeze, Tony Cruz, those were the guys that kind of grabbed me and helped me, go about things, teach me. They taught me how to go about my business the right way, how to be a true professional both on and off the field. Stuff like that where I feel like in today's game kind of gets overlooked from the rookie side of things. I don't feel like there's veterans, and don't get me wrong, there are great veterans still in the game, but from what I see and from what I hear nowadays, I think that kind of is a lost art with, the veterans kind of helping the younger guys navigate and teach them, how to go about things the right way. So I was fortunate and blessed with the group that I had that kind of grabbed me and took me under their wing.
You're a quieter guy, but did anybody ever get in your face? I can't see you doing anything behavior-wise, like where they had to scold you.
Were you a loose cannon?
Yeah.
No, absolutely. I mean, I lost my crap in the dugout. Frustration would boil over after, line driving outs right at people for 6, 7 straight at bats. that would be as far as I would go to say whenever I was a loose cannon. It was just frustration that built up. But yeah, I can't remember a time where somebody got in my face. There's definitely things where whether it was not throwing the ball to the correct spot or little things in game where one of the older guys, Yachty or whatever, come over, put his arm around me and just be like, hey, what do you think happened there? And just talk over certain situations where it made me in the moment recognize, hey, yeah, I messed up, but these guys want to help me out. So next time I'm in that situation, I don't do the wrong thing. I know what I'm doing, and our leadership core with the Cardinals was so great about that.
Matt Adams in studio with us here on the morning after. We take 2-part questions from the audience. I don't know if you want those, Matt. 314-399-9646. If you have a 2-parter for Matt Adams, he's going to be hanging out with us here on TMA. Gary Pinkel joining us coming up at 10 o'clock on the program. And we'll take your emails for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today at 10:45, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. 2 Guns N' Roses tickets for the August 16th concert at Busch Stadium, the prize for today. We will take a commercial break, come back with more Matt Adams here on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Welcome back to the Morning After. It is 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen, and we are with Matt Adams in studio. Matt, thanks for joining us. And really, what Doug wanted to do was have the audience send in two-part questions for you.
I didn't know they're dangerous.
They're coming in fast and furious. If you have questions for Matt, 314-399-9646. One thing that stands out to me, you were part of 3 Cardinal teams that went to the postseason. In 13, 14, and 15, but then I'm looking up the numbers. What happened in 15? Did you get hurt or something?
Yeah,
like
so 15, I want to say it was May
27th.
Yeah, I tore.
Doug,
your memory. I would say your memory is unbelievable. Oh, it's right in front of you.
I was hit a ball down the right field corner, rounded first base, and just felt a massive pop in my right leg. Made it to second base fine without getting tagged out, and then once I stopped and the adrenaline wore off, like I had no feeling in my right leg. Like I would touch the base and I like could barely feel like my foot touching. I was like, I have no strength in my leg. So like went in next morning, got an MRI, and like basically decided to have surgery, and woke up on the recovery table, and the doctor was like, thank God you chose to have surgery, because there was an option to like rehab it and see if it would help. I tore my tendon off my hip bone, and the doctor like told me that like when I came from surgery, he's showed me a picture. My tendon was rolled up down my leg, balled up. So there was, if I would have wasted a month and a half of rehab if I didn't choose to have surgery, and I would have been that far behind. Yeah. But I came back, and I was technically a September call-up. So after September 1, the minor league season was done, so I couldn't get any rehab games, and they just activated me. And then
you were reactivated on September 9th, by the way.
Yeah.
Doug
remembers this so well.
Yeah, he's got a great memory. But yeah, I was told like that my season was done and whatnot. But body healed faster than what was expecting. Was able to come back that year, but I was left off. Like I wasn't on the playoff roster.
You weren't
and whatnot.
where you had been before you got hurt.
Yeah.
Well, the reason I ask that is you were part of 3 great Cardinal teams, one winning a pennant, one in 2014, the famous home run that we discussed in the first segment that sent you guys to the NLCS, and then the 15 team won 100 games but then lost in the NLDS. And I'm curious, of those 3 teams, does one stand out as going, man, that was the team? I mean, of course, when you're in the World Series, that may be the one that seems obvious, but is there anything that stands? I always felt like the 14 team was damn good, but it just got away from you guys. But, I mean, you're in there,
Yeah, they all felt like when we were going through it, all those 3 years, like we felt like we were going to be the team to win it. And I would have to assume that any good team, that's everybody's mindset going into it. But I was like, I thought the 14 team, we were like, once we got through the NLDS
and got past the Dodgers,
and we were like, oh, we're and then our like pitching and whatnot, we just ran into a hot San Francisco team and whatnot, and they ended up, that was one of the even years that they just had to be really good. Yeah. But no, I would say the characteristics between that 13 and 14 team, like I thought we had it.
Yeah.
I thought we had it all. And then the 15 team, we won 100 games, but I think we ran out of steam in the DS and whatnot. But to be able to look back and I did it a little bit this year, went down memory lane a little bit, and just looking at some of the guys that I was able to play with those first couple of years with the Cardinals, and to be able to show up every day and learn from those guys, I was like, this was I wasn't supposed to be on those teams, and it's awesome to I say it all the time. I'm so blessed to be able to do what I've done to this point in my career and whatnot. But if it wasn't for those guys, my first couple of years, I wouldn't be the person that I am today. They changed me as a person.
You had superstars like Molina, Holiday, but then you had really good big leaguers like Freese. And then what happened in 13? All those young arms. All of a sudden, Martinez shows up, Rosenthal shows up, and we got to October. These guys had barely been on the team, but they were getting huge outs, and then by 14 they were a little more seasoned. I thought, that 14 team, I'm like, again, you beat the Dodgers. It's an easy thing as a media person. Oh, they'll dust off the Giants.
Yeah.
And the Giants are always crazy because you'd look at their lineup and say, okay, I don't know. But that group somehow had that.
Gardner started game 1 here. I remember that, and he did his thing.
Yeah.
But their lineup never blew you away on paper, but they just got just enough big hits.
I mean, they knew how to grind at bats out. Like, that's like the teams that like don't give at bats away, and it's cliche to say, like, because you get so many of them throughout the course of a 162 game season, but every single one matters. And like the teams that don't give them up and like really are in the grind and, you know, do the little things right, those are the teams that you're looking up at the end of the year that are playing, you know, for a championship.
If we could get back to Wikipedia for a moment. I see your career batting average in college, not one season, career was .473. Is that true?
That is true. My junior year, I hit .495.
What kind of pitching were you doing?
I was in Division II in the PSAC in Pennsylvania. But yeah, I hit the ground running a freshman year. I was supposed to go to University of Pittsburgh, and for whatever reason, they can look at the stats and in the back of my baseball card, and you know, wish that I probably should have been a Panther.
What happened
after high school? They
pulled the offer.
Yeah, they pulled the offer and said that like my test scores weren't where they needed to be and whatnot. And a week later, I got the test scores where they wanted them, and then I got a phone call saying that my scholarship was no longer there, that I had a preferred walk-on spot, and I was like, I'm not.
Screw that.
If I go down
so you were
this
happy
path,
to see Notre Dame skull pound him a couple weeks ago.
But even after this success in college, you didn't get drafted till the 23rd round, and then tore it up immediately in the minor leagues. You must have felt disrespected in that.
I knew that like where I came from and whatnot. People, you know, I heard it every single year. I'd go play, you know, summer ball in collegiate leagues. Oh, like you from a small little town of Pennsylvania. You didn't play anybody in college. You can't hang.
You get looked down on if you're from the north.
I just think like the college like that I went to and you know whatnot. They thought that I couldn't hang with Division I talent and whatnot. And
do you think any of it was too like you were a bigger guy and just hey, he's just a hitter, he's not a true athlete?
Yeah.
Do you think that's a label they slap on you too? Like,
for sure, but I took it. I was like, I'm not gonna let these guys like who aren't out on the field competing like I am. I'm not gonna let them tell me that I can't do it. I'm gonna go show everybody that I can do it. And you know, I played with that little chip on my shoulder in college and carried it on. Like, I mean, I was told I was going to get drafted like anywhere from the 7th to the 10th round, and as soon as every round I saw my name kept sliding, like I told my parents, I said, I got to get out of the house. Like I was so pissed and heated.
Yeah, what are you feeling that there's the famous Aaron Rodgers in the draft room 20 plus years ago. You're living it.
Yeah, at that time I think day one was the first couple rounds were only televised, and then everything else was on the computer. So after day one, like me, my mom, my dad, my sister were all around the computer, like just watching the live rounds go. And then like, you know, round 10 goes, no name, like 11, 15, 20. And I'm like, so I called my friends up and I was like, hey, like, let's go do something. We went and played pickup basketball game and down at the local, sports complex, just to get out of the house, get my mind off of it and whatnot. But it like, I'm a big believer in, you know, everything happens to you for a reason, and for whatever reason, I wasn't meant to go where they saw me going, and this was my path. And I look back on it, and I like it's a great story now. But I'm super grateful for my path and how I had to work, and nothing was ever given to me, and grinded it out. And I think, you know, that's one of the reasons why, you know, in 22. I went back and played independent ball. 24, I was in Mexico playing. Like my path is never an easy one, but that doesn't ever stop me. So I want to keep on moving forward.
Who calls you on draft day? Is that Gary LaRocque, or is that? I'm trying to remember back then. Do you remember? Do the Cardinals? It's probably not Mosaic, but who?
It's not. It wasn't Mo. It was like my agent called me at the time and was like, "Hey, just got off the phone with Cardinals. They're going to take you in the 23rd round." And then it was Gary LaRocque, and then the scout that signed me. Those two guys were the ones that called me after they made it official.
And then it says first year in the minors, he hit .310 with 22 homers and 88 RBIs. I bet every team in the league said, "Oh, we kind of blew that one."
Yeah, I had that first good year, and then next year in 2010 had another great year, put up some good power numbers, and then I was able to skip the Florida State League, which I heard horror stories about. So I was thankful that I was able to jump ship and go straight to Double-A. And really, that first year, like the first month in Double-A, I struggled, striking out a lot, just pressing. Wanted to prove to the front office that they made the right decision to let me skip a level, and really sat down with my hitting coach at the time and just kind of calmed everything down, got back to the basics, and the rest was history, and was the Texas League Player of the Year that year. So I've always been able to hit throughout my career, and just never really let anybody get in my way and tell me that I wasn't good enough.
I always bring up the story, spring training. I remember it. Bill Parcells is out on the field. He's like, where's this Adams at? Where's that Slippery Rock? Where you at, Slippery? Bill Parcells, you were young and unproven.
Yeah,
remember that? He wanted to talk football.
Oh, yeah, he was right behind the turtle on field 3 or something. Yeah. Field 2 or field 3.
Was it just because he loved Slippery Rock, or what he wanted to talk to you?
So they, back in the day, for whatever reason, on game days, they would always, the bottom ticker, they would always put the Slippery Rock score for college football on there. So he wanted to know why that was the case. I'm like, I don't know. I think who knows why that is. But he wanted to he was fascinated with Slippery Rock and,
I remember him yelling,
and whatnot. But
he
also wanted to told me that with my size I probably chose the wrong sport, and that he would gladly have me try on to be on his football team and whatnot. So it was fun. Those are the things that I look back on, and I never would have thought I'd be having a conversation with Bill Parcells, one of the best football coaches out there, on a baseball field in spring training. I'm like, this doesn't happen from guys from my area. So it was, in the moment, it was very cool, and to be able to look back on those memories, it means a lot.
We will have one more segment here with Matt Adams, and the two-part questions, plenty coming in from the audience. 314-399-9646. Big City in studio with us here on TMA. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Matt Adams with you here on 101 ESPN. Gary Pinkel coming up at the top of the hour. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Together Credit Union all around the St. Louis area. There are 14 branch locations, and we love talking about the unique things they do, including the St. Louis Zoo debit card. Yeah, they partnered with the zoo for this unique opportunity, and they shared some information along the way. The zoo cares for about 12,000 animals. They have an impact on wildlife and conservation. That's significant, too, and that's why Together Credit Union partnered with the St. Louis Zoo to bring you that exclusive zoo debit card. The St. Louis Zoo debit card rounds up the change from your transactions and donates that money right back to the St. Louis Zoo. Those donations help further the zoo's mission of animal care and management. Zoo debit card holders also receive special zoo perks like membership, attraction tickets, parking perks, much more. So sign up if you haven't done it already. Check it out online at togethercu.org/zoo, or just stop by and see any of the folks at Together Credit Union's 14 local branches. Don't wait. Sign up today. Support the St. Louis Zoo. Visit togethercu.org for all the terms and details. Together Credit Union is federally insured by NCUA.
All right, Doug, this is what you wanted. The two-part questions for Matt Adams.
Yeah, I'm a little leery.
He's kind enough to come in studio here. We open up the text inbox brought to you by Air Comfort Service and let the listeners ask the questions. Here we go, Matt. You ready?
I'm ready.
All right, we'll start right here. Hey, Big City, two-part question. What's your favorite style of pizza? New York, Detroit, etc. And favorite style of French fry and soppin'? I'm a honey mustard man myself. That's from Big Tuft.
Big Tuft. He wanted to know what was the second part, sauce for French fries? How about just normal ketchup?
Yeah. Doug, do you think that's a good answer?
Yes, that's what I put on it.
Well, he said he likes honey mustard.
I would say
I
got to go with Big Tuft. I can't lie. I've had honey mustard on my fries too, but it's not my go-to. No. I'm a big ketchup guy, but like if it's a good ranch, I'll dip the French fry in ranch.
Now he's thinking through it. Now it's really pondering.
Pizza. Big Tuft's he's going to be mad at me. And also, I'm not a big emo.
I was about to ask.
I'm not a big emos guy.
If you're not from here, it doesn't play well.
I'm not saying like every once in a while, like the people from like emos, like I like met them, like they're great people. It's just I got to do it every once in a while. I can't. It's not my everyday.
What is it? You're a New York pizza guy coming from that area?
Yeah, New York.
That's the go-to.
Yeah.
Hey, I understand that. Does Matt still have the golf? But we were talking about this a couple weeks ago when we were at Jackson's alma mater, Ladue. Does Matt still have the golf bug? And does he still carry a 2-iron or 3-iron or whatever it was that he hit the hell out of at Normandy a couple years ago like a maniac? That's from Alan Dadeville, who is Joe B's bro-in-law. I guess that means you should know Joe B.
Joe B. Yeah. So Joe B was my he was my clubby in Springfield whenever I was in Double A. Yeah, so Joe and Ashley Bobian, they live in town. They're good friends of mine. So shout out to those guys. Still got the golf bug. We talked about it a couple weeks ago. Not great by any means, but I like to get it out and pull that 2-iron out of my bag.
You hit a 2-iron?
Yeah, it's my drive. I'm not a big wood guy, so I go driver, and then like my 2-iron is kind of my.
How far do you hit a 2-iron? And do you play left-handed?
I play left-handed, so I got that baseball slice. If it's a good day and I strike it well, I'm probably hitting that 2-iron probably 250.
Oh dear God, Doug.
240, 250.
Yeah, that's a big hit.
That's nice to have.
Yeah.
Let's see. Is Matt available for my beer league slow pitch softball team in 2026? That's from the St. Charles Illini. I don't know if you're looking for opportunities around town.
Yeah. If it's during the summertime, I'm probably going to be occupied with a coaching gig. But maybe when the coaching days are over, I'll give that team a call.
I mean, can you imagine if you hit a line drive at some guy who's sitting there after a couple of libations?
I know, right? But I feel like this. I feel like the slow pitch softball. It's an art to it. You gotta be able to like backspin. If you take this launch angle style into hitting slow pitch softball, I feel like you're either gonna pop it straight up to the pitcher, or you might even swing and miss on a pitch that's coming in at 10 mile an hour.
That'd hurt.
I think TMA. One summer, Forest Park, we put together a little squad.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, let's say holidays in town, he just gets a secret at bat, and then we bring up Matt Adams. He's hitting cars on Highway 40, launching them. Who's he? This is a new board up.
Yeah, I'm in.
Who is the most underrated pitcher you played with? And the second question is, what is the best way to ask an older gentleman from a radio show to go on a date with you?
Oh, for
That's from the Crestwood Coyote. I think that second one might be directed toward Doug. You're welcome to tend to that if you would like. There it is.
Most underrated pitcher.
Yeah, is it one of those randoms who like owned you? You know that some guys always had that, and then you're hitting home runs off Kershaw in the postseason, but some rando with like a 7 ERA owned you.
You want to know? Anybody that had a really good changeup, I struggled with. Just the arm action's the same as the fastball.
Trevor Hoffman gets you a few times. He was known for his changeup.
I don't know if I ever faced Hoffy.
Really?
Yeah.
Chairman Kern, I feel like you have like the answer back there.
I actually, before that question even got brought up, I have like a spreadsheet. You know about spreadsheets.
I do. I love spreadsheets.
Of like your career stats against different pitchers.
Yeah.
Do you know who you struggled against and who you really succeeded a lot off of? 'Cause I got it pulled up.
No, I would love to.
Yeah, this will be good.
I want to say Johnny Cueto I had okay numbers with.
Career 304 average against him.
Not bad. Jeff Samardzija.
Yeah, that's the one that you really owned. 450 career average.
Wow. He was a good one.
You know who struck you out the most?
No, I don't.
DeGrom got you 10 times.
Yeah, that guy's
gonna strike
that guy's got to get anybody.
Who's he?
You can't say that he's underrated, though.
No.
But yeah, you own Zamarja. Looks like you had some good numbers against Tanner Rourke.
Oh, yeah, Tanner Rourke.
Not bad against Strasburg and Cueto.
Yeah, solid. What on that list, who's a name that would stick out as underrated?
Doug Fister.
Yeah, but I feel like he was a good
Decent pitcher,
Yeah,
yeah.
not bad.
Speaking of Fister, did you ever see a ghost at the Fister Hotel in Milwaukee?
Oh, yeah, we had this discussion.
I did not know where that was going.
Where else would it have gone?
But
Fister Hotel.
I've never seen a ghost, but I've had teammates that have stayed on the sweet side where a lot of that ghost activity happens, and I've seen some videos and heard some stories. My advice to anybody going to the Fister and staying is you just got to talk to the ghost. I did it every single night.
You would talk it over.
Oh, yeah. Before I laid my head down on the pillow once I got out of the shower, and I'd be like, hey, I'm not here to disturb the peace. I'm here just to lay my head down and get a good night's sleep and wake up and go do my job the next day. And I never had an issue. So I'm saying that might be the go-to suggestion to handle the ghost.
Yeah, Yachty wouldn't even stay there.
He literally stayed at a different hotel.
Yeah, he had I heard a Yachty story from there, and after that he jumped ship and stayed somewhere else.
I'm sure
I don't blame him.
The team boss, like, everybody on? Okay, we got to stop off at one more spot because Yachty's all right, fair enough.
Let's see. Alan Dadeville's back on your 2-iron and says you hit it 270 in front of him. The 2-iron.
Well, it must have been a great day.
Sandbagging us.
I'm telling you. Let's see. Toughest pitcher you ever faced?
Probably DeGrom or Scherzer.
Yeah.
They just.
So what is it? I mean, give it if you can convey to the mortals that we are what it is that these guys have that just makes it impossible.
It's the same, like, every pitch, no matter what it is, it's coming out of the same slot.
Wow. Yeah.
Same arm slot. So for a long distance of the way, like the home plate, it's looking like the same pitch, and then it will do some crazy stuff. They have command of all their pitches, and they're all, I mean, those guys are, elite for a reason, and they've been doing it year after year. But when you can throw 97 to 100 with some ride at the top of the strike zone, and then you have some secondary stuff that looks like a strike for a long way, and then just is a bastard pitch out of the zone, you're going to be pretty dominant.
Yeah.
You owned Kershaw, and I was hoping that would be the biggest moment of your life, but nope.
Nationals World Series.
This guy's an outsider is what he is,
You're
Doug.
still hung up on that.
Yeah. I'm really hoping that would be the one.
Kershaw always had the best reactions of being just so disappointed. Like, he would hang his head.
He'd
He'd
fall
almost
to the
drop to
ground.
his knees.
Yes, he did.
When he would give up a big swing in October, and it did happen a few times. Matt Carpenter got him
In 2013, Game 6.
a huge
Like, what,
double
12 pitch at bat or something like that?
And you would just see him hang his head. He would just drop to his knee. It was just the best reaction.
And we were BSing when we were doing that thing over at Ladue, that because I think you got asked about it, and he had a rehab assignment this year.
Yeah.
When you were down at AAA doing your bench coaching with the Padres organization, and what you guys?
We we were in the first base dugout. The home teams was in the third base dugout. I was coaching. My manager wanted me to coach third base that day. We did it every time we'd win. I'd go back out. If we won, I was back out there in the third base coach's box. And Kershaw just happened to be I had no idea until I showed up to the field, and there was everybody in there wanting to talk to me about it. I was like, what's going on? And they were like, oh, Kershaw's on the mound. He's rehabbing. I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. We crossed paths that first inning and whatnot. He was coming off the field. I was heading back to the dugout. Just got to talk to him, and that was the first time I've seen him in a couple years, and whatnot. So it was cool, full circle moment facing him in the postseason in 2014, and then he's still on the mound, and I'm running off the field as a coach and whatnot. But it is very, very cool moment to be able to do that.
Anything said?
No, he did sign a ball for me. I made sure to get a ball signed before he left. But no, just we recognized each other and whatnot. And he's no matter if it was, single A or, triple A rehab start, he's locked in. He's, that's who he is. He wants to do his best. So he was focused and whatnot. So not too many words.
And you tell him you needed a ball because the one that you hit off of him landed in the river, so we weren't able to recover it.
Yeah. The old Max Muncy to Madison Bumgarner story. Go get the ball out of the ocean.
Matt, really enjoyed the conversation, man. The hour flew by. Thank you so much for coming in. Love to have you back in. You're in St. Louis. What most of the year? You're not coaching.
Yeah,
right?
No. This. When I'm not in the season, this is home. So we're my wife and I are here. So anytime you guys want to have me on, I'll be. This was awesome. So I'll be happy to come on again for sure.
Thank you so much, Matt Adams in studio.
Thank you guys.
On TMA, Gary Pinkel is going to join us on the other side of the break. You can go back and podcast our conversation with Matt Adams via the Schaefer Door Company podcast and watch on YouTube at youtube.com/TMASTL. The program's called The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Holidays. Another opportunity here for TMA listeners to save money with a TMA discount with Atlas Vehicle Pro. If your car's warranty is expired or about to expire, Atlas Vehicle Pro can help you out. TMA listener owns the business, and this is an opportunity that if you let them know you're a TMA listener, you're going to get $400 off your quote. They're online at atlasvehiclepro.com, or you can call 314-720-5990. When cars break, it's always a surprise. Fixing cars is not something most people can do in their backyard anymore. Dealership labor rates average nearly $200 an hour. The average repair costs over $1,500, while major repairs can run $3,000 to $5,000. With Atlas coverage, you simply hand over your ID card, not a blank check. Atlas is your roadmap to vehicle protection. You can learn more at atlasvehiclepro.com or call 314-720-5990. That number is specific for TMA listeners. You let them know you're a TMA listener, and you get $400 off your quote. Atlas Vehicle Pro, online at atlasvehiclepro.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Missouri Tigers basketball win last night, 98-66 over the South Carolina State Bulldogs. The Tigers play again on Friday at 1 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back to the Morning After, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines the great Hall of Fame college football coach from the University of Missouri, Gary Pinkel, with us here on 101 ESPN. Good morning, Coach.
Good morning. How you all doing?
We're doing wonderful. It's great to get the chance to talk it over with you. What are you up to? What do you got going on, especially with Thanksgiving tomorrow?
Well, I got a bunch of grandkids and a bunch of friends and family, so we're going to be going all over the place. But it's a great time. It's a great time to be around all your family and such, and I'm looking forward to it.
I think I asked you a couple of years ago if you miss coaching, and you said you went to training camp. Andy Reid had you come to camp, and he's blowing the whistle, calling plays. And you said, God, now I just kind of miss it a little bit.
Yeah, game day, I think, there's a lot of things that lead up to there's so much work to do, et cetera, et cetera. But, game day and a great environment and getting the team ready to play, to be their best and compete and all the things that are part of trying to win at a very, very high level. And I do miss that.
There's some big-time openings now. You could get back in it if you'd like.
No, I got grandkids. I got 8 grandkids, and I'm doing fine. I'm not going to tell how old I am, but I'm aging.
Coach, what do you think when you see what's going on with the coaching carousel? It's something that has gotten a lot of attention here nationally because of all of the positions being open. Number one, the manner with which coaches can go from the top 10 to out of a job within a month, or go from the national semifinal to out of a job within the same calendar year. And then also all that is out there with all of these high-profile job opportunities.
Yeah, just to your point, it's complex. It's amazing what's happened. I don't know. I get a little frustrated because it just seems like things just keep happening more and more and more, and you learn about different things each and every week. But I'm looking at football programs that they're hard to build, they're hard to stay in them. They require a lot of attention and detail. There's a lot of things happening right now in college football, and I hope they just kind of get it under control, because it just seems like it's just so many things going on right now.
What do you think of the job that Eli Drinkwitz has done in Columbia?
I think he's done a good job. It's certainly hard to win. We know that, but I think he's elevated the excitement of Mizzou football. I think it's something that they do. He's recruited well, and it's all about relationships. Recruiting players and putting them in positions to be competitive. So I think he's got a really good program. It'll just be interesting. It's just how they're paying players now. How they're, not that they don't deserve it, but how all this stuff is happening. You just sit back outside in. I'm just glad I'm not coaching anymore. Because I didn't get in it for all that stuff, but we'll see what happens.
I asked you this the other night. You were at the St. Louis Men's Group Against Cancer dinner, and I said, I think it was Michigan came calling. I don't remember how far down the road it got, but remind us a little bit, when your name would pop up in other coaching circles, did it ever get very far, and would your agent call? How did those play out?
Well, I think one thing is, for me, is I never really looked around a lot. I like being at Missouri. It took us a long time to get the program built for obvious reasons, but we eventually did it. And so I think all those things are always out there. I think what's most important is you just stay focused on what your job is. You do what your job is, and I think you certainly have high expectations, and you continually trying to make it everything better within it.
Do the agents handle most of that for you, so that you don't have to concern yourself with what's going on behind the scenes?
Does who? I'm sorry.
Agents.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, agents. Yeah, there's no question about that. You'll have agents, but you got to focus on it. The job's too difficult. You can't be sitting there worried about other places where you might go and all those other things. What you do is you focus on doing your job. That's what you're paid to do. Now, it's just incredible. It's what's happening right now, and coaches are coming and going back and forth. Who knows what's going to happen the next few weeks? It might be just crazy. And is it right or wrong? I don't know, but it just seems like it's out of control. It's out of control. I don't think that's positive for anybody.
But would Mike Alden ever say to you, "Hey, Gary, I read some stuff on the internet. You're good. You're good." And I feel like the Michigan was the only one ever. And all these years later, Coach, now is the time to talk about it. Was there ever a moment it was close?
No, it wasn't for me. Even our first few years, nobody wanted me. So, as time went on, it changed dramatically. But Mike Alden and I'm straightforward. Tell the truth all the time. If I did have players calling, I would allow that to go through the guy that handles my job. That was Jim Zera at the time, and so that's kind of had a thing in place. But I never, ever, ever let it interfere with my job ever. And I also we didn't ever talk to this by staff much at all. Players, if it was important that I make just an announcement to them before a team meeting or after a practice because something's out there or shouldn't be, that kind of communication, we had that in place. But our focus always was here to build this program and make it one of the best programs in the country. And I had a lot of great coaches, and Mike Alden was a real big part of that. And so I feel very fortunate that we've got a chance to accomplish a lot of that.
So you would go out of your way, is that what you're saying, Coach, to squash rumors if it was out there with your players and staff?
Yeah, and I would do that with our athletic director, and then we would kind of decide, Chad Muller, whoever, that's how we would handle those things. But we had it all in place, and it was very clean. It was focusing on just this is this, and then we're moving on. My players had nothing to worry about in terms of that. I communicated with my players all the time because those things did happen, but they all understood that it was my job, my responsibility to run this program. I had no intentions of in any way leaving, etc.
How about when you're at Toledo? Would you guys knock off Penn State? Did that change the buzz surrounding your name? You'd been there a long time, won a lot of games, but did you get a sense of that as a head coach? Now all of a sudden you were more on the national radar?
Yeah, I did. I got a bunch of that was there was a couple other games too. But my players knew from the very beginning, and we're in 2 days, I would have times we talk about that. Okay, what happens if someone says Coach Pinkel's going to leave and go to da-da-da? What's going to happen? I told my players, look them in the eye and say, I'll always tell you what's going on. I will never lie to you. I'll never exaggerate. But I will always will tell you the truth, and you should never feel anything different than that. And if you have any issue with that, you just come right in my office and talk to me. We don't do those things. If it is going to change, I will personally come to this team and talk to you about that. But I've never done that.
I remember interviewing you in De Pere, what is now the Edward Jones building, right after you had been announced as the coach. And I came back to the TV station. I was working with Doug at the time, and I said to the guys at the TV station, I said, I don't know what to tell you, but if Gary Pinkel gets it going in Columbia, he's not going anywhere. And the reason I thought that was because you were still, I don't know if heartbroken's the right word, Coach, but I could tell it still bothered you to leave Toledo. And that kind of spoke to what I gathered was something that was a trait that was inherent in you, that you weren't just going to be a journeyman to the next big opportunity. That's what stood out to me, that leaving Toledo hurt.
Yeah, there's a lot of coaches that are always kind of looking. They really are. They might not say this, but they are. All of a sudden, I'm going to go make this move or that move. And you said, a year ago you didn't want to move. Now you're doing all the other things. Well, for me, I was just openly honest about how I would handle that internally with my team, with my coaches, with with our administration, our AD, Mike, and whatever. I would always be out in front of all that, and I was also not a real look around guy. I mean, I wasn't, I knew I had some opportunities to look at some good ones, but at the end of the day, I was never constantly trying to look. We had a good place here. I felt that if you did the right things all the time and work hard and get everybody, in that kind of a work-oriented status, then we'll just focus on getting our job done. So that's just probably me in some respects. Not, again, it's not about, it was about making Mizzou a better place.
Coach, you were on the playoff committee last year. How much fun was that? And give us a little window into how those sort of meetings play out with that group.
Hardest working group I've ever been around. I was very, very impressed. A lot of time you had to put in. Time was an amazing amount of time you got to put in to do it right. And they do their attention to detail. And they work very, very, very hard at trying to do the right things there. And, there's I loved it, except I was gone all the time. I was it was like being a coach again. I was just gone all the time. We were meeting in Dallas. And we would get there at Sunday at noon and come back on Wednesday or something and be working 18-hour days because we wanted to get it right. And that's what they do to this day. They work as hard as they can to get it right all the time. And I had great respect for all of them to do that. But I also have 8 grandkids. I also have a foundation that we raise money to help kids called the GP Made Foundation. I had other things that I wanted to put my time in, so that's when I decided I just didn't want to pursue another year or so. But I don't know of any group that works harder than they do to try to get it right all the time.
Was it hard for the members of that committee to not be a little bit biased towards their school?
No, that wasn't difficult. No, I didn't at the time. That was the rule. And I don't want to go into any because I probably have forgotten some, but I didn't. I didn't vote on my school, and you could give opinions, but when we did the final voting, okay, no, I'm not going to, vote for Mizzou. That's not the way it is. I had no problem with that.
Do you like the system now? We're at 12, a lot of talk about 60. I think this group, when we talk about it, we absolutely love the home playoff game. When you had those games at Notre Dame and Friday, that's unbelievable. And I would think part of you's got to be a little jealous. Like back in the day, some of those great Mizzou teams would have been in the mix for a playoff format. What do you think about the current system? Anything you would change?
You know what? I'm not an expert at it as much as I used to be because it really doesn't. I'm not the difference maker on this. But at the end of the day, I think the work ethic of that group of men. And there are some ladies certainly involved, secretaries, things like that, did some tremendous things too, was absolutely incredible. I felt so proud to be a part of that and trying to get things in. Their goal is to try to get it right all the time. And I think certainly they're still probably doing those same things. But there's just a lot of, there's just more things going on, we'll see how it plays out. Every year they do a huge analysis, which is awesome, to try and make themselves better.
All right, how did you get it done at Mizzou? We know there were a lot of hurdles there, and give us your darkest moment where, and I feel like you talked a lot after the 2004 season, which was a step back. When did you ever doubt, I don't know if we can win big at Mizzou? And then give me a take on how it's evolved since then for the program.
Well, yeah, for me, as I knew the program I wanted, Nick Saban, I played football with Nick Saban and at Kent State University, a guy named Don James was on that team. He was our mentor, my mentor at Washington. So I had tremendous background, with him and how we and what we do and what we've learned. And so I didn't go in just kind of wiggling my thumbs around saying, well, I'm not sure what we're going to do today. I had in the morning to the minute I got there at 6 o'clock in the morning until I went home to 5 in the evening, there was a plan for absolutely everything we did. The key was to get everybody on board, to get your staff. You get all different staff, just not football staff, the coaches, but all the staff on the same team saying the same words, and trying to get everybody to think the same way in terms of our football team, and that what's presented to the football team like that in a consistent way where they have trust in who we are and what we do. And you earn that from your players, and you earn that. But at the end of the day, again, with my background, Nick's done a pretty good job too. But it's very, very fortunate that I was a part of something like that with Don James, and my players. When they were my players, they always knew what was going on. There was nothing ever behind the scenes. When I remember when I was going to go, to leave a particular team, I forget what it was. It was a possibility back in Toledo, and they got players come in and say, Coach. So I had a team meeting it was over in 2 minutes, just because this is how we do things.
I bet that is something that would be majorly appreciated in 2025, but probably not particularly common in 2025. And I think that's one of the reasons why Mizzou fans hold you in such high esteem, Coach.
Well, I also think what's going on too is guys just people up just getting up leaving. You see what's happening. We can start naming. I don't know where this is all going to end up. That's the thing that bothers me about college football right now. How's this going to end? Who's going to? I mean, I just don't know. What's going to go, and we'll just have to kind of work through it, and hopefully it's in the best interest of players anyway, that they can go out and get their job done.
And for folks who miss seeing Coach in the visor, the Gary Pinkel visor lives on. It's part of it's the logo for the Gary Pinkel GP Made Foundation. That website is gpmade.org. You go on there, you can find out more about what Coach is doing and get involved. And I think you've been in Kansas City, and you said you're going to do more in St. Louis. If you could, Coach, how about a quick update on the foundation?
Yeah, well, bottom line. When I retired, I had to help kids again. That's what I did my whole life, and so that's what it's all about. And we work very hard within our foundation to do with that, without going through a lot of things. And so what we're trying to do now is set ourselves up and get going for the next year. But I love doing this. It means a lot to me because I'm doing something significant to help kids, and that's what I did for a living. And I'm back at it. I got a great group of people around me that assist me, and hopefully we can continue to, just keep getting better and help us make a difference in kids' lives.
What a great message and cause. Gary Pinkel still helping the community in the state of Missouri, even after all of the years of Hall of Fame coaching in Columbia. Coach, great to catch up with you. Thank you so much for your time, and happy Thanksgiving to you and your family.
Yeah, and back at you and all that, and thank you very much. And let's get some big wins here. Let's keep winning.
Amen. That's Coach Gary Pinkel with us. Thanks, Coach. Gary Pinkel with us.
You guys are awesome, man. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. That's Gary Pinkel with us here on The Morning After. Your thoughts on what he had to say? 314-399-9646. There's a lot there, I think. And we'll talk it over.
And I feel like he told me once that Nick Saban told him not to take the Mizzou job. I think he was.
Is that right?
He didn't quite bring it up there, but I think once he said, Saban said, I don't know if you want to go there. Yeah. And yet he did. And I think it's two things, Tim and I. We got to get the break. We're up against it. But the era has changed. It's a whole new world. But I also think there's less coaches like him who would handle it. I still think in 2025, he would not play the game. He would just say, I'm not going anywhere. If Gabe,
agree with you.
Gabe could pepper him and he'd say, hey, Gabe, I know you're going to try and get me to say something. I'm not leaving. Mike Alden knows that. The university knows. Like, he would just say it.
I agree.
Even though
I think that's the highlight. He went out of his way to say that multiple times, and I don't think that was a coincidence. We'll talk about it. It's TMA. Dr. John Canale has 40-plus years in practice and 20-plus years conducting clinical research trials, and now Psychiatric Care and Research Center is seeking volunteers ages 18 and older for upcoming clinical research trials. Current studies include anxiety disorder, depression, bipolar depression, obsessive-compulsive disorder. Compensation will be provided for your time and your travel. The office is in O'Fallon, Missouri. If you were interested, Go online at pcrc-stl.com. That's pcrc-stl.com. Or you can call 636-244-3593. It's Dr. John Canale conducting clinical research, trials, and compensation for your time and your travel will be paid. If you're interested, go online at pcrc-stl.com or call 636-244-3593. This Jackson win theme.
Why I stayed.
Yeah, it's why you stayed for the win theme?
Cat Stevens, who is now, oh gosh, what is it? Yasher, what's his name?
Doug?
I don't know what his name is.
You don't know. He
I know
moved to
him.
Iran. What's his name now, Doug? Come on.
Cat Stevens' name, no?
He changed his name.
I know he did years ago, a long time ago.
Well, his real name wasn't Cat Stevens. Yusuf.
Yusuf Shalom.
Yusuf Islam. You're close.
Yeah.
Yusuf Islam.
But yet so far away.
In many ways.
More geopolitics here on the morning after.
Yeah, we'll do that coming up on Movie Boy. Gary Pinkel with us in the previous segment. I don't know how you guys took it. We haven't discussed it because, of course, we're playing Slap and Tickle during commercial breaks. And I did by no means did I really didn't. I truly didn't, because I don't think that's his gig. I think he likes Eli Drakewitz. I think he's more making an observation on how he did things, and then how I think he's just kind of frustrated with the state of college football. But multiple times, 3 times, he said he went out of his way to meet with his players, his staff, and his athletic director anytime there were rumors about him going to another job, and saying, you can look me in the eyes and ask me anything you want, and if you still have more questions, you can come to my office and ask me, and I'm going to tell you the truth. And I'm like, geez. I mean, how about that in 2025?
Mm-hmm. It might be tougher today for today's coaches when they're taking jobs that give you $50 million when you get fired. They weren't throwing money around like that in Pinkel's day. Nothing.
And I do think it's easy to say, oh, I would do it this way. Even now, and it's totally changed, social media and all of that. The money's crazy. I just think his approach would be the same. You can't change it, because he keeps, you could ask him in 10 years about this and say, well, Don James taught me, and my players, he's going to give you, he's got this ingrained.
You followed up on it too. I was planning on asking about it. You did it. I was like, okay, let's finally talk about the Michigan thing.
Because that was the one, he still really didn't open that door.
And he still didn't talk about it.
That was the one time Mizzou, I think, thought he might leave, and Michigan was calling. I think it's when they
hired Rich Rodriguez, I believe. And they didn't interview him, but he was debating whether or not to take an interview. This is how Gabe tells the story, if memory serves. And then he didn't take the interview. That's what I believe the story was. And that's Michigan. And
it may be that he didn't let it get very far down the road, so there's not a whole lot to tell, that he was about to, get off the plane in Ann Arbor. Maybe there's nothing as sexy as that. But I do think if you're a former coach, somebody who did stay a long time at Toledo, at Mizzou, 25 years, 2 programs, that it probably is hard to watch. Let's just say the Kiffins, because Drinkwitz hasn't bounced around as a head coach. He got a great opportunity to leave App State after 1 year, and he's been at Mizzou for 6. If he leaves, then you'd say, all right, now he's just always on the move for a bigger job. But the Kiffins of the world certainly jump out at you, that are looking for the next big thing.
Yeah, I think it's hard to blame some of these coaches now if they have a big season or two, and one of the big time programs offers them $50, $60 million to go there. How do you say no to that?
Right. And I think we talked about it earlier, the Board of Curators meeting, discussing apparently the framework of what an extension could look like, but it's not, nobody should jump to the conclusion, like they're having a press conference today, that Drinkwitz has a new deal done. And that could be, in large part, if you're Drinkwitz and his agent, just kind of keeping your options open for another couple of days.
Did you say open? Some garage doors open and some don't. And when they don't, you know who to call. You call Schaefer Door. I've always thought it'd be a good idea to get out a Post-it note and write Schaefer Door on it and give their website and their phone number and put it right up there by that button inside your garage. So if something goes wrong with your garage door opener or with your garage door itself, you'll know just who to call. You can get it done quickly. And they will get out there toot sweet. Jason Gosser will make them get out there as soon as possible. They even had that special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. They service all kinds of garage doors. For new installs with LiftMaster, LiftMaster garage doors are strong, quiet, and versatile. And if you happen to own a business or warehouse with big, giant doors, Schaefer is experiencing those types of jobs as well. It's Schaefer. I'm going to spell that for you. Here it comes. Schaefer. Schaefer, and the website is Schaefer Door. You can handle door on yourself. SchaeferDoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
It is TMA 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. Stifel is a diversified global wealth management and investment banking company focused on building relationships that help individuals, families, and organizations pursue their financial goals. The iconic image of the bull and the bear show the dedication and spirit of each member of the Stifel firm. They are individually and collectively committed to using the forces of the market to benefit their clients. Their commitment is to provide an entrepreneurial environment that encourages unconfined long-term thinking, and they seek to reward hardworking team players that devote their energy and attention to client needs. At work, at home, in your communities, they seek to be the firm of choice. You see their name all over town. They sponsor the Cardinals and the Blues, the Stifel Charity Classic, the Stifel Theater. They are everywhere. Stifel is where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Doug, you catching this wind theme again?
Yeah.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up here. It's Guns N' Roses tickets. And then it's BK and Ferrario, and we won't talk until Monday. I mean, we'll all spend Thanksgiving together, but we won't talk with the audience.
I didn't get an invite. I was going to bring the cranberry sauce.
Oh, is that right? Is that what you would bring? Jackson, what would you bring?
Green beans.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Chairman, what'd you bring?
I'm going to be making a dessert today.
Oh, is that right?
I'm making a pumpkin tres leches cake.
Ooh, that sounds
Pumpkin
really
tres
good.
leches.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, 3 milks?
Yeah, it's a little Mexican treat.
Why would you need 3 different kinds of milk?
It's like the condensed milk, right? That's the
condensed milk, evaporated milk, and then a third variety.
Okay.
Hope you're fine with lactose.
I am. I've never had that issue.
That's like a
I got
Hallmark.
plenty of issues, but don't have
The
that.
Hallmark movie would be the a lactose Thanksgiving.
Title of the segment.
The Lactose Thanksgiving. James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. I bet he enjoyed the Gary Pinkel conversation. Big Missouri fan, involved in the NIL, and my insurance agent. Jamie Rivers made the switch to James Carlton last month, and last week, BK made the switch to James Carlton. All of this happened organically, by the way. There wasn't some 101 edict that said, hey, switch to James Carlton. They just did it on their own. And Jamie Rivers couldn't believe how much money he started saving. And BK texted me, he goes, man, customer service, James Carlton really does run a first-class operation. That's why I am a client, and I recommend you become one as well. And you may have heard James talking on the show saying right now he is seeing auto insurance renewals at lows. So this is an opportunity. If you are not happy with your rates, or if you're just going, well, maybe I can save some money, even if I'm kind of happy with it, make the switch. I haven't heard James talking like this in all the years he's been on the show, and I guess he's been advertising with 8 years. He doesn't come in and go, yeah, there's a sale. Yeah, he just kind of comes in and talks randomness. But this time, he's making the message clear. There is money to be saved. He has saved Jamie Rivers thousands of dollars. I could not be happier. You can make the switch as well. Why not make the phone call? You got nothing to lose. What if you wind up saving thousands of dollars? I mean, that's what the phone call, that 2 minutes, it's worth thousands of dollars. 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. This is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. There's nothing like watching Thanksgiving football, but for football fans in Missouri this year, FanDuel is about to make it even better because they have points giving. All FanDuel customers in Missouri get $1 in bonus bets for every point scored in the Chiefs-Cowboys game. So, for example, final score is 24-21. You get $45 in bonus bets. It doesn't matter if you've already signed up for FanDuel or you've been waiting for the right moment to join. Just head to FanDuel.com/Missouri to get in on the action. Jackson, do you have a play you would like to recommend to the people? People consider you to be a sharp.
I think the Packers do it. In Detroit, maybe avoid the spread and just go money line.
Wow.
Just Packers money line. I think
Doug Jackson's feeling frisky.
It's tough. It's that first game. Get yourself right, and then be free rolling for the rest of the day.
All right, there it is. Laying a foundation for us. That's FanDuel.com/Missouri to score bonus bets for every point in the Chiefs-Cowboys game. Enjoy a football feast with points giving on FanDuel, coming soon to Missouri. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the New Jersey Devils. You can catch that right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, a 4-day weekend.
Nice. Maybe I'll get my voice back.
Jackson, can you do like a live journal on Instagram tonight and keep me updated with all the haunts you're going to?
You know, they have those like Meta AI glasses where you can like film inside the glasses. Sure. So it's just like what you see.
That seems dangerous.
Yeah, I guess I could do that.
Is that like a POV scene?
It was very similar. Yes. Yeah.
Huh.
And you don't talk during it either, so, because, of course, no one wants that.
You'll hit how many clubs and speakeasies?
Probably like five or six, right?
That just to start, yeah. That'll be pregame, 5 or 6 of them, and then probably 3 different places before 3 a.m.
And you Uber everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, me and Made in Tokyo, Uber everywhere.
Can't you just go to Soulard and Uber one time down there and walk around there? Hit bar after bar?
Yeah, that's what one would do. Although
Uber charge.
We've talked about the wind today. It's chilly.
So that's going to keep you in tonight?
No, I'll do something, but traveling around, if it's like going somewhere, it's probably going to one
I've got
place.
a 5-star lock on Tam Ave, Doug, if you want to see what this guy's doing.
Likely a little.
It might be chilly.
Sit up there and pony up.
Yeah, belly up to the bar.
And just wait for you to come by.
See what the word is.
And see if those Ledoux class of 2016, is that what it'd be?
2016.
If they'd be interested in somebody born in 76.
Hello, are you?
I wonder if he's got a cute grandson.
That'd be hot. So many reasons why. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Jackson prepared a smorgasbord the day before Thanksgiving for the audience with the Stiefel dossier. Jeremy Rutherford in studio. Matt Adams in studio. Gary Pinkel on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Go back and podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. And enjoy the program, or you can always go back and watch it on YouTube, on the TMA STL YouTube channel. What a delightful presentation before the Thanksgiving holiday and the 4-day weekend, which I hope everybody in the audience is going to be able to enjoy with family and friends, and seeing Jackson out tonight. And what are you going to drink? Port, you said?
Yeah,
This guy likes port.
Exclusively.
Port wine?
Like a whole bottle of port. Some people like it only after dinner to get their digestion right. I like to drink it the entire night.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, and then I wake up and my head feels like it's about to come smooth off my shoulders.
Yeah, so that's what Jackson's got.
Port and cognac.
At least I hope when you get home, your home will be warm. And it would be if you had called Design Air. Because the big time cold, it's coming. It's supposed to be in the low 20s for the low temperatures here next week. If your furnace has not been maintained, you could be in for some chilly nights. Design Air, be happy to come out and do a regular maintenance on your furnace. Very important, especially if you have gas. You got to get in there and clean it out from time to time. Only takes 25 or 30 minutes. You'll be happy that you did. Your furnace will be working absolutely great. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. They're never going to try to sell you something that you don't need. So whether you're dealing with the cold that's coming or with the heat in the summer, they've got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904, and of course, home of the handsome repairman.
Warson Woods Wacko has a suggestion for you. Papers skip the line at McGurk's. Mr. Licks is a dishwasher there and can let you and Kai in the back, and we know Kai likes the back door.
Oh.
Katie Woo's burner was not happy that I took 2 days off last week. Now not happy that there are no drops of the week.
Oh, come on. On a short week like
Get
this.
over it.
The amount of stuff I've had to do this week. You want to drops of the week? It'll be a bigger drops of the week next Friday.
Oh, how about that? A smorgasbord again.
Yeah.
Couldn't you play the drops from like a month ago and everyone would think, oh, yeah, great. Sounds just like every other drop.
No, the drop auditors would be wise.
The drop auditors would be wise. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. 101 ESPN giving away 2 tickets to Guns N' Roses, the concert taking place on August 16th, and tickets are going to go on sale December 5th. You can learn more at 101ESPN.com, but somebody's going to win 2 right now. Boys, since it's the season, here's what I'm thankful for. Doug, your witty, boyish wonder Yeah, you like that? Your boy?
No, I don't.
An amusement. Even your January 6th involvement cannot stop the love I have for you?
Unfounded.
You were in St. Louis then. I remember the show.
We were together.
I remember the show.
Yeah, can't confirm.
Iggy, 100% authentic. Fantastic work for the Megan Meyer Foundation. Always willing to sit and talk with any that happened to walk by his hovel.
Proofread, Doug. They got proofread.
Any gals?
Any gals, you think, is what the word's
Probably.
missing?
Yeah.
Martin, impeccable comedic genius mind. Marquette nationalist and writing stories on something you have now no factual basis to report. Martin's going to have to wear this Eli Drinker story that he did not write. Jackson, still the best hire Tim has made. Drops on point, keeping up the TMA all day, no matter how much it pains you to do so. It is appreciated.
Thank you.
KG, inspirational rise to which you ascended to work on this idiotic show. Devoteful dog dad. Give hope to the rest of the Jefferson County subhumans. Wow.
Oh, my.
That they too can be somebody. The TMA fan page. Entertainment. Laughter. And the fact that I have found my people. How about that, Doug? He stole your line.
Yeah.
TMA. I'm glad it's still on, even though now it's a sports show for 20 years before 101. This is 20 years before 101, the Nitwittery worked, but everyone seemed to forget that and went to a format that's just like every other show.
Hey, we did what we had to do.
Oh, God. Tim, that's all that needs to be said. No words can be added to greatness. Love, TMA Walrus, number one.
TMA Walrus, number one.
Let's see. Sure, you guys covered a lot of actual subjects today. Real talk football with Coach Pinkel, and you even gave the great Matt Adams a chance to sit next to Tim. But I feel like it sold Skanksgiving a little short when Jackson paints the town red tonight with his buddies Noodle Soup and Protractor. The Phillies are going to line up like the time that Papers and Friends spent $2,000 on a cabana to celebrate Mr. T's 91st birthday. I can't wait to hear the stories in detail from Steve when he calls in Monday. I am truly thankful for the nonsense content that you guys provide every day, even if I can't mention any of it to my family. Happy Thanksgiving. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of middle school. We are now threatening to give Cardinal tickets to D students rather than rewarding straight A students.
Shooter McGavin.
Hey, gang, great show today. Not at all interested in the ticket prize, however. I am looking for tickets to Sunday's Hot Mulligan show at the pageant. If they got any spares hanging around Hubbard, just hit me up. Doug seems like the kind of guy that thinks milk is too spicy. That's from a gaping stepdad.
Gaping stepdad.
Listen up, Walry. Success isn't about luck. It's about action. And today, action looks like sending an email that could change everything. That's right. A dozen free golf balls are waiting for the kind of person who refuses to settle for less. Winners don't hesitate. They don't overthink. They hit new email and then send. This isn't just about golf balls. It's about providing you've got what it takes to seize the opportunity when it knocks. So lace up your cleats, visualize victory, and swing for glory. The next move is yours. Stay relentless. That's from the TMA Troubadour.
TMA Troubadour.
And finally, boys, figured I'd shoot you a quick note since Skanksgiving is tonight and I'm already tightening up the operation. Big Tank Del Vecchio here, still holding down the Little Rock market. Still a force, according to a rate card last updated around the time Gangster Pete bragged on air that he kept clippings of his power walking article in his billfold. He did have a cross-country article he had. I remember that. Yeah. My book of business is so strong right now, I had to buy a second briefcase just to carry all the expired remotes and unsigned affidavits. A lot of people in town still say I'd be the lead anchor on KOMU if they weren't afraid of my storytelling. I'm heading to my usual upscale spot on Rodney Parham. The bartenders know me, which is really all I need. I'll settle in, order something top shelf, and mention very casually that I once shot a career round the same weekend the club had member prizes out. Happens every time the stakes go up. Must be the mental edge I developed selling 30-second spots to auto lots that paid me in windshield scrapers. Figured I'd check in, remind you I'm still out here clearing markets, still a free agent, still bringing the kind of heat most clusters cannot handle. Not saying you need me, just saying you probably do. And how do I get some of that neon banana money? Happy Skanksgiving from Tank. Anyone need Guns N' Roses tickets? I got a handful of those and Sebastian Maniscalco 2028 Stadium Tour tickets I won a couple years back. Going to try to pay my tab with them. Doug, that's Jerry Big Tank Del Vecchio. He's selling advertising in Little Rock.
Oh, yeah, nice gig. Big Tank Del Vecchio.
And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
Okay, I kind of like the one right there at the end. Big Tank Del Vecchio gets my vote.
He doesn't seem like a Guns N' Roses guy. I'm going to go Walrus #1.
I'm also going Walrus.
Wow, Doug, that's vanquished. That's vanquished me. I was going Shooter McGavin, too. Congratulations to TMA Walrus #1. You have won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which means you are going to see Guns N' Roses, and maybe you can stop by Ted Drew's. Celebrate St. Louis tradition at its finest with Ted Drew's Frozen Custard, serving the community with unmatched quality service and hometown pride for generations, and starting up the day after Thanksgiving, the famous Ted Drew's Tree Lot. This Friday, Ted Drew's becomes your one-stop holiday destination with a beautiful selection of premium Christmas trees. Choose from top-quality pine and fir trees, including customer favorites like the Fraser fir and Scotch pine, all hand-selected for freshness and fullness. The Ted Drew's Christmas Tree Lot has lush greenery and decor, too, including handmade wreaths, garlands, swags, mistletoe, and more. Christmas trees and greenery are all available while supplies last, so do not wait. Stop by this weekend for the best selection at Ted Drew's and make it part of your family's holiday tradition. Pick out the perfect tree and enjoy Ted's delicious frozen custard. That's right. Enjoy Ted's delicious frozen custard and soak in the spirit of the season. Ted Drew's, where tradition tastes great and the holidays feel right at home. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are up next. Happy Thanksgiving to all of our TMA listeners. Very grateful for your support over the years. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.